Happy Tuesday night, everybody. Welcome back to another stream. I'll put the scoreboard out soon. Oh, by the way, Real Betis beats Valencia 1-0. It starts them. I think they're undefeated so far to start off the season. Right now, Yankees are going against the Houston Astros. We had Champions League qualifiers and some EPL matchups. Right now, we're under commercial break. Who the Dodgers got? The Reds today? Chicago Sky getting absolutely decimated. We're in the bottom of the third now with the Astros taking a two-run lead. And then I'm going to check out a bit of NXT. I haven't seen Zillifot 2. I want to see all the hype is not over-exaggerated. Klay Thompson already did his interview, his press conference after being late, I think, half an hour for traffic. Wearing his vintage number 11 shirt that used to be worn by Jaime Jaquez. Y'all can guess who was the last person to wear a number 11 shirt. And it was the last time the Miami Heat won the NBA title. I know it was a while ago, but you guys can say it. Seahawks GM John Schneider speaks to Trayvon Diggs before signing him. Seahawks have a Hard Knocks? The perfect build. We build the perfect Tom Brady's perfect quarterback. Andrew Luck's precision, Peyton Manning's identity of coverage, toughness from Brett Favre, fair. Throw power from Aaron Rodgers, throw accuracy from Drew Brees. Mahomes playmaking. I'm shocked to use Mahomes over Rodgers. Rodgers also has elite playmaking. But I know his accuracy is also insane. I know his throw power on the Hail Mary off the carry is also insane. Steve Young's agility. Lamar Jackson's speed, fair enough. Luck Gene from from Eli Manning. Oh, you know what? Just to double it up, let's get Andrew Luck's injury. Oh, we just ruined it. We just ruined it. Grisham's now on the plate. Come on, boys. We're 2 runs down. Pecco, right now 3 for 2, allowing a walk. Let's go. We got a lot of baseball games tonight, around like 15. Then the second half will be like around a 10-ish. The last game currently is Cardinals, Orioles, Birds against Birds. The best one y'all want to watch right now is Dodgers, Braves. Dodgers and Braves. That's right now. Braves are up a run against the Dodgers with their pitching and hitting staff. I think I remember the Tigers not that long ago upsetting the Dodgers, and then it was the Cubs. And then they dropped the game against the Angels. A bunch of future Hall of Famers on that team. And you guys lose to the freaking. I can excuse you guys losing to the Cubs. They're a good baseball team this season. Hell, they could repeat after like snubbing the past few seasons after winning the World Series against the Diamondbacks. Oh! And there's a ball going for a changeup. Ben Rice is on the plate next. Right now it's 1 for 1. Becco. Go straight for a cutter ball that's gonna fly out. Damn it. I'm gonna see what's going on NXT. Oh, a cage match to open up. Is that Keanu guy? Oh no, it's the 2 former Dark State members. I love this, man. The match opener is a cage match. It's not the main event, right? Jesus Christ. Oh, that's Saquon Sugars. Yeah, that I like. What the hell's this guy's pants? Saquon Sugars is done finger painting before he gets ready for a cage match. It's crazy. 1, 2. I'm telling you, one cage match is not going to quantify what happened on lockdown on Sunday. That was a hell of a show, even though the dud was probably the lethal lockdown match. Let's go. We got a base hit. Pena. 2 men on base. Taken up home after Rice got out by a cutter fly. Was that our new acquisition? Getting that base hit out center field. And Bellinger, this could be our shot. Bellinger's on the plate now. Who told the Red Sox to be playing good baseball? I don't like this country. Oh! See ya! Yes! And just like that, a 3-run home run from Cody Bellinger after 2 RBIs. And the Yankees are now on top on an instant. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's give one out to the Yankees, baby. After a sluggish first 2 innings, Cody Bellinger with a 3-run home run. Let's go. Oh, Saquon Sugars hits him with a steel chair. If they win by the way, NBA media, even Miami Heat media, y'all got to chill out with the comparison. 2026 Klay Thompson will never be as close as good as 2013 Ray Allen. And that's me being honest. Oh, the right hand after a double punch to the throat. Oh my God. Stacking both chairs on the opposite side. Oh! Power slammed him through the chair on the opposite end. While stacked on top of another chair, Saquon Sugars is in agony. Weaponized steel cage looking like an absolute horror show. No way. Fly out. Foul ball. Lombard Jr. 3 for 2 for a chance to still take up base. We only got like 1 out so far here in the bottom of the third. I don't mind if he could just take up over in the base and we could take him for an out. All I need somebody is to get on base. I want to double the advantage before we close out and head to the 4th. Yes. And Lombard with a base hit, hitting that over in the right side on the outfield. That will be him. Lombard's heading into the first base. Let's get it. Dolphins' highest paid player this season is Zach Zeiler. He's making at least more than Bradley Chubb. That has been borderline irrelevant since leaving. You're still making you're still making less than most of the previous starters. Tyreek Hill, that's still a free agent, is making $28 million just off his sleep. 55.4 million of Tua Tagovailoa, 23.2 million from Jalen Waddle that went to the Broncos via trade, and Jalen Ramsey that's still over in Pittsburgh. Oh God, he's choking him out with the kendo stick. Oh God, look at this. Saquon is trying to break away. Dion Lennox? Try to suffocate him with the kendo. We back on NXT. Trying to break out of it. Saquon trying to battle out of it while Dion still has the kendo stick. And he's powering out away. If this was a different angle, this would have been sus as hell. Oh, God, hits him in the backhand with the kendo stick. Dion gets a piece of his own medicine, face first into the steel cage. Jumped the gun trying to get tossed into the other cage. Damn! Three different pieces, three different parts of the steel cage. Dion just got tossed, reverses Saquon Sugars, stops the momentum off his foot, gets launched over to the turnbuckle. Look at this, he ain't done! Crossbody from the top! Saquon Sugars! He's feeling the rush right now. Oh, gets him straight with a kendo stick. Anything could be under the sleeve in the middle of this match, cutting off your chances of winning. Look at that. That's a pointy end of a kendo. He's gonna Irish whip him. Oh God! Oh! Thankfully, that ain't metal. But that is gonna take the wind out of Dion. A backbreaker into a flatliner. 2 near fall. Ref was a bit too. Was trying to rush that shit. Wait, is Aaron Boone gonna wave off a challenge on the pitch? Astros will end it. Yankees are up 3-2 after starting off 0 for 2. A 2-run lead got halted after a home run from Cody Bellinger. Ooh, the spine buster by Dion Lennox. Cover. 1, 2. No! On the trash can. Mamma mia. That's how my wife treated my prized possessions, Jim. Dual wielding kendo sticks is crazy work. Oh, he ain't trying to dual wield. Reed Phoenix suiting up for action. You know, to tone out the match that's supposed to be the major focus between two heated rivals, we're going to show you that there's still another match. Like, we should have put this on a different part of the card type shit. You're telling us that we should segue from this brutal match. Oh! Hits him with the. Is that a bat? Oh, stuns him with the bat, putting that near his throat. Saquon with all the momentum in the world. Oh, hits it straight in the knee. Tosses him with the steel chair. Bro. Oh, and he ain't done. Dion trying to putting him in a tree of woe with the steel chair. Is he aiming for that knee? Yes, he is. Jesus Christ. Steel chair flat to the right knee. 2, near fall. Ray Phoenix will put that Triple H Cruiserweight Championship on the line after literally losing his biggest opportunity of his career in that tournament against Dragon. Oh, no, he won that match against Dragon Lee. Dion Lennox literally using that bat to bridge out his legs, and Saquon gonna toss his head, the back of his head out of that leg lock to break the hold with the weapon to amplify the damage. But trips him by the back of his leg. Still found the weak spot. And this match has gone beyond the breaking point. Dion Lennox gonna get his table involved. Oh shit. While it's back over to Warren, still starting on the mound. 7 seconds left on the pitch clock. Wade only goes for 0 for 1 after a foul ball. If any of y'all got the chance to, because I understand not everybody in the audience got to see Lockdown, I'd say for the TNA pay-per-views, give it a watch. Especially like one half of the good hands that like turned babyface after Mustafa Ali tried to use his family against him. That match was hardcore and brutal. Oh, Table was not meant to do that after knocking him out with a bat. Fixing back the legs. Saquon finally going to put an end to this chapter with him in Dark State, especially with Dion Lennox. Oh, what? And putting the trash can on him and super kicking him with the trash can. Did that break the table? I am sure he was not intending for that table to break after super kicking a man while he's sitting on it. Oh, look at this. Saquon knowing the pain rushing from his leg. But the fans, the only thing in his ear he's hearing to let him go higher. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? No way! Crossbody by Saquon on the top of the cage to end this match. It's over. Saquon Sugars. And it doesn't get sweeter than that. Mamma mia. What a match. Thank you, Booker. Yo, that was peak. I'm not going to lie. That was freaking peak. Kudos to both men. I'm sure it would have been, personally, it would have been better if that table didn't break after the super kick. I don't want to be a buzzkill, but I'm sure that was unintentional that was going to happen. Besides that, kudos to both men. This was insane. And then we have the Cruiserweight Championship. Even though NXT had a Cruiserweight title before. What happened to that? It got discontinued. Hey, I just met you. And this is crazy. You have my lawnmower. Give it back to me. Just give it back to me. Yeah, people be. This guy literally flexed. Astros go 24-14. Red Sox 24-14. Chicago Cubs, Dodgers are actually below the tier list, while the Yankees are 17-15. And I guess that comes off just playing one game. Go Mariners, F the Astros. You mean the Asterix? I thought maybe 2K27 was already out. Oh no, it's tomorrow. It releases tomorrow, guys. 150. If y'all pair that, put that into estimation. You could have gotten a new pair of James Harden sneakers. You could have got yourself a new pair of clothes. There are several video games y'all could have paid for. Then get the D Rose edition of 2K. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I love me Derrick Rose. But that guy is not going to convince me to pay extra. Y'all couldn't even pay extra for sneakers when they came out. And that's going to be a hit off center field off Trammell, off the changeup. That will be out. Grisham, you're looking too close to Nestor Cortez, and I'm going to physically distance myself from you. Respectfully. The beautiful people. The beautiful people. The beautiful people. Oh, they can't show footage of OTM anymore. Those guys are main roster bound now. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's what I thought. No pop. The only pop came from getting Royce Keys. All due respect, the only pop was Royce Keys was going to turn against Solo Sikoa, LA. Hell, I think that is just a tease. A heel turn. Well, I don't know what's a type of turn or an association with Jacob Fatu. If he wasn't going to mess with the Usos anymore, disrespecting him. I'm just saying. They think like Triple H. You could never read this guy's booking. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Whoever thinks you can't, you guys don't watch enough wrestling, and that's good. Probably the only point guard in the NBA who can go toe to toe with Steph Curry on any given night, especially when the lights are brightest. It's a damn shame too, because we're looking at the trajectory of NBA players. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. We're still in the commercial break of NXT while Jazz Chisholm that has the hit fruit. That's still the best base stealer on the team. Oh, bit of a fly out off left field, gliding out. Oh, damn it. I think I want to rock. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. We'll be in Texas for War Games. WWE, we really need to like undersaturate War Games. To be fair, Tony D'Angelo up next. You can give him sunglasses. You can give him a black fur coat after you got rid of the family gimmick. Bring back the family gimmick. If you just have Tony D'Angelo and there's nothing exaggerated about this guy's gimmick, give him a faction, please. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but goddamn. Relax your mind. Step up, sucker. Step up. Fuck. Y'all think Tony D'Angelo's main roster bound the way his promos are activated, or if he comes back to the main roster, he should immediately get a faction? Let me know in the chat. Okay, some guys are sitting around. Oh yeah, that's the young faction from Evolve. So these guys are like a Zoe 101 faction or something. They just hanging out in a bowling alley, conversating about what's going on in wrestling with the open toe sandals. Dang your cheeks. Oh fuck! What is that? Oh God. Now, all due respect to the superstar, who is this? I'm gonna look him up. If there's like a background I'm missing, because I haven't seen. I'm sorry. Every time looking at this person, it looks like a punch to the face. I apologize if I'm being offensive to the superstar, but Jesus Christ, Miles Bourne, Travion Heights. Ooh, he scored already. Tay Heel. It's the superstar with the double chin, but looks like China at the same time. If any of y'all know him, please let me know. Yeah, I'm shocked OTM got called up, but not Jada Parker. No, that's not Mason Rook if he was transgender. No, Naraku, if y'all have watched Toonami back in the day, and they're talking about North American Championship and their tag title defense at Heatwave this Sunday. So these guys are competing with All In. You're not drawing as much. This is not a year ago. Y'all not drawing as much as All In. They're all four of them are given the deuces. It's unnecessary. Oh yeah, man. Okay, Makai, Mika Lockwood, born 2001, currently 25 years old. She currently works in World Wrestling Entertainment for LFG and NXT. Currently, she's a member of the Vanity Project with Jackson Drake, Brad Baylor, and Ricky Smokes. Okay, she's 6 foot. Fuck. Former acrobat. Yikes. Lockwood is a goddamn monster. Natalia. Oh, dude, we're starting up 2-0. God damn. De La Cruz scores now. All it took was like a few months for Dolph Ziggler to win the NXT title. It took a few months for Charlotte Flair to win the NXT title again, NXT Women's Championship, and Natalia's here still pushing blood feuds. I still don't. I still remember that time where we turned her heel, and that got no reaction from the core audience when she did to Maxine Dupree. Haha, no, no draw. I would say it's important to get some veteranship to get the young stars over and see how to work the crowd. But Natalia, I feel like will be well known for being the most irrelevant but the most talented worker you'll ever see in the women's division. Because she has the pedigree to be taken seriously, but just the lack of drawing power to like elevate how a gimmick can actually like maximize the crowd. By the way, y'all not convincing me that Jada Parker wasn't the mistress for Jey Uso after that after that flirtation went kind of south. Thank you, Natty. Warren on the mound now with Padres. Oh, Isaac Paderas had 7 singles, 2 doubles, 2 homers in just 9 games. Insane production from him. He's been a hitter. Oh, Natalia wants a submission match with Jada Parker at Heatwave. Please be with Baby Royal. You said you're gonna whack that ass with, bitch. Who's gonna tap that ass? I don't know, but I want to watch. Of course, you're gonna watch Booker. It's an NXT live event. I want to watch. Oh, okay, Booker. Keanu Carver, Cam are gonna go at it tonight. I forgot. Weren't they gonna do like a John Cena live, like championship booking, or that was scrapped? Was that scrapped? We are winning 3-0 in under 15 minutes, guys. I think Padilla is still on the plate after. Whoop. Oh yeah, I think Kalani Jordan's still there. You know, this is I'm sorry. This is why. And hear me out. Hear me out. This is karma for Carmelo Hayes. Why he's not getting booked properly. And hear me out. Yeah, he's gonna watch them ladies. What's going on, Crazy Juice? Yeah, he's in. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch a submission match with Jada Parker and Natalia 1-on-1. This is gonna be an absolute banger, baby. That's right, live on NXT with Baby Oil. All right, Booker. I'm a Carl Shermel. No, don't. Please, please, please. I need something after Stephanie got called up. No, I need something. And hear me out, Crazy Juice. The only reason why Carmelo Hayes is getting booked poorly on SmackDown, would you consider it because he's dating Kalani Jordan? Am I reaching? Am I reaching? Because I'm a petty son of a bitch. I can be petty. You date a baddie that looks like that. You're battling for the speed title. That's on Hood. You're battling for the speed title, Crazy Juice. I'm just saying. You're battling for the speed championship. That's my version of a demotion. I forgot. By the way, Crazy Juice, what's your baseball team? You Dodgers fan? Are you big on the Dodgers or the Angels? Oh, trying to go for that change up a bit below the strike box. Not really a convincing pitch. Dalton Varsho, we're still up by 1 run. De La Cruz. Oh, Jesus. That's going to be our score. Damn it. It's tied 3 now. Chisholm ate some dirt instead of got the ball. Yeah, that might be the reason. Like I'm saying, man. I immediately would be like how Big Kaz would be. Dodgers, nobody's scared for the Angels. Yeah, especially when Shohei left. Next up, Cam Hendricks is in the building. Yeah, I expect a guy named Hendricks to have elbow pads. You ever have that particular wrestler you can know by name? You know what wrestling gear he's gonna wear. Hell, you can guess that with any person. I know perception is key, but don't names always consider you have a particular style? Like, you know what a Nathaniel wears? Like, you don't take a Nathaniel seriously. You know he just is particular. Like, when I saw Trae Young for the first time, before this, the whole fuck Trae Young thing, I actually liked him as a player. Especially when he was coming out of Oklahoma. I thought he was a SEC version of Steph Curry. Keanu Carver, the YN, if he loses a match, he's heading straight back to the hood. Why? But yeah, Trae Young, the guy that looks like he had a scraggly voice. Trae, you can look at his face and he looks like he had a scraggly voice. Richard Stone talking backstage. Whoa, whoa, whoa. With Keanu Carver issuing out this matchup one-on-one with Stone, one-on-one with Hendricks. It's a damn shame. The guy looks like he's in good shape. But you entered first, so you're cooked. Cam Hendricks, and he's already put into a cradle. 2! You know, for a guy that looks like he's there to dish out pain and win the match by any means necessary, going for an inside cradle doesn't really show how vicious you are, gang. I'm not going to lie. I've seen more viciousness with Gene Snitsky with the rotten teeth when he was kicking babies. Alleged toy babies, YouTube. Toy babies. Don't ban me. It's not my fault. Oh, running crossbody. You know who else is not their fault? You know what? I'm not going to go that far. I don't go push politics that often. Oh, no. Oh, off the ropes. Cam Kendricks tripping him off the ropes, making him lose some air. Now tripping him over to the top rope. Cam going for the Irish whip on the corner. And there's the lariat. Chaining him back and forth, building momentum off the second. Handsprings over and it goes for a heavy clothesline cover. 1, 2, and he powers out of 1. Keanu Carver literally kicked out of 1, but you see Cam still willing to dish the pain. The brother just go for a between the legs gesture. Like he's fucking Kofi Kingston. Snuffing him out with a heavy set headlock. Reese's Cups match because the dark chocolate is Keanu Carter while Cam Hendricks is like light skin as hell. This is literally what happened if this is literally Charles Barkley versus Shaq back in the 90s. Whoop! Misses off the lariat into a one-legged drop kick. Near fall. Right hand snuffs him out, trying to trade blows. Probably the most unwise choice for Hendricks. Going for a fireman's carry, releases out the way, goes for a back chop, and all that does is irritate Keanu. Keanu Carver pop up into a German. Yo, that's tough as hell. A pop up into a German, and we ain't done. We have a chocolate version of Suplex City, folks. Carver ain't done. Oh no, to the Serengeti. Yo, Keanu Carver does the pounce too. Yo, how come I hear nobody shout me out, but I hear Zilla Fatu's name? We got an American version of Obafemi right here. Y'all telling me about freaking Zilla Fatu. Oh! Running crossbody by the big boy himself. Mason Rooks with that running crossbody into a fisherman suplex bridge. Keanu Carver picks up the W. Mason Rooks looks like the biggest chud. Are you sure this guy's a legit future talent? All due respect. I'm sure he's a very talented wrestler. And it's going to call as a ball in the Yankees challenge. Just a milliliter off. Damn, it's a walk. Now Garcia coming in, the new acquisition off the deadline. Oh, hell no. Nah. Go, damn! I'm happy to be here. I came all the way from an NIL deal that they'll pay me $2 million if I take bumps. Kalani Jordan, a collegiate gymnast, she can do the split legs anywhere. But Carmelo Hayes. You know what, Carmelo, you're losing to Baron Corbin again in the cage match. I don't give a damn. All I need is a couple minutes. All I need is a couple of minutes. Oh, folks, I'm not down bad. I swear to God. Okay, I might be a little. I'm not going to lie. I just saw her the splits and I just gave up a title shot. I apologize. Let's see what's going on. What else happening in the league right now? Oh man, the Orioles need to step it up because right now a team that can go above 500 right now is St. Louis Cardinals. Texas Rangers losing 6-1 to the White Sox. First of all, the White Sox are actually playing real baseball. The Rangers are selling. While it's 3-3 Dodgers right now. How you feeling about your team, Crazy Juice? Right now, the 3-3 after the Braves opened off a one-run lead at the end of the inning. Mets are tied up still against the Brewers. Should have got that pitching rotation. Dumbasses could have made it a bidding with the freaking Tigers. 2-1 right now. Cardinals are down against the Royals, playing for absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm lying. Even though the season's nearly closing, the Blue Jays could still try to battle up with 10 games. Oh, shit. All right, looks like the way it's streaming is a bit behind. But I'm about to see right now how we're 2 runs up. Oh, shit. Oh, thank God. Cannot wait for NBA basketball to come back. It's going to be super exciting, especially to watch what happens if the Sixers fumble, the Gingerfied Lakers. Brandon Williams on the Warriors. Yeah, that's our hottest free agent this season. I'm just happy we ended the losing slump. How long was your losing slump? And now Luis Garcia, our deadline acquisition. Luis Garcia now gets a 2-run home run to exceed it by 2. That was the second home run to go. Go! Oh, God damn it. I gotta feel bad for the Miami Dolphins. Because right now it takes a real man to know that most of all your departures are making more than you except fucking Bradley Chubb. If you're a top player on the Dolphins right now, I think the highest paid right now is freaking making 11 million under the roster, while Tyreek Evans still making 28 after becoming a free agent. Minka Fitzpatrick still making more. And who else? Jalen Ramsey. Damn, they had all these players. I don't think the highest out of that was Jalen Waddle. That's now playing with Cortland Sutton. And the best defense in the NFL. Okay. That makes me want to drink something. Yeah. By the way, how y'all feeling about this? Just like the last 2 years, we lost a lot of games in August. What do you expect? You guys want to try to rest up or at least lose a bit of your momentum before postseason starts around the division. I don't think Dodgers fans are going to give that much of concern that you guys fall like these 5 games short around August, when the most important baseball is going to be played around September. Jesus Christ! It's just me if this other team sucks. We beat Fenerbahce. Kyrie Irving to Toronto or Miami? Who y'all got? Would it be better for Kyrie to go to Toronto, where he'll fix that point guard possession with Emmanuel quickly behind him, or go to Miami to take over for Davion Mitchell's spot? Just a thought. Just a thought. Kyrie Irving, I'm sure, wants to be bought off waivers to play for more of a perennial contender now that the Mavericks were literally by force to instruct a rebuild after trading away Luka Doncic and now have to restart again with Cooper Flag. Especially like the Mavericks have a bunch of utility players, but guys that can be used for a lot of contending teams, especially notorious 3-and-Ds like PJ Washington, or you can get a good rim protecting starting five like Daniel Gafford that I'm still on the rotation, or a young five like Derek Lively. Hell, I'd still pick him over trying to get Jalen Duren to sign for a max, like thinking he'd go for the Bucks. Just saying. I'm not the type to jump the gun. Oh, we got a promo video for Zillify too. Already, that Samoan privilege really killing it. While Mike Santana, Grayson Waller, I'm sure he's gonna wear the face paint for Heat Wave. Hey, shout out to the old pictures of Umaga when he was on 3 Minute Warning with my man Rosie. Rest in peace to both. Damn shame what happened to Rosie. Damn shame that happened to Umaga, bro. I was really excited for him when he was about to lose to CM Punk at Judgment Day. That was like 2009 too, bro. That was a long time ago. And Zillify too, also addressing his backstage heat with a lot of federations. I think he also had like some heat with CZW that went the wrong way when it came to the atmosphere. And also shout out to the stream I do with my friends. Fuck. It's like, oh Zilla, what you rather do, AEW or WWE? How many Samoans are on AEW? You have a good point there. We lost 7 in a row. Maybe it wasn't much of a slump than I thought it was. We lost 10 in a month. God damn. That is a bit of a concern. I'm not going to lie. Here comes your NXT North American Women's Champion. That is a fucking mouthful. Saraya. That used to tag team with Sol Ruka. Sorry, my fault. Oh, they're going to unify the speed titles. You see, guys, they do exist. They do exist. The speed titles are not going to get unified. Type shit. Type shit. That gotta be sad as hell to know that your two championships that are supposed to be amplified X Division championship ripoffs, and they're already being undersold. I feel you. I feel you on that. And Zarya going head to head. Both women going head to head, literally. There's no love lost between the North American champion and Jazz's daughter. I'm joking. Yeah, hopefully I'm right. That would be awesome. Yeah, before you got like Jade Cargill or Bianca Belair, you had legitimate, strong-willed black women like Jazz and Jacqueline. Okay, Jacqueline's a bit more of a sex symbol back around the late '90s. I think it was more Shanika and Jazz. Cruz matched up with Diaz. Right now going 1 for 2. Well, what would they call the irrelevant North American women's title and the super irrelevant women's speed championship? I'll be surprised if y'all can remember the last speed women's champion. I can at least remember the last few male champions, but they're either not in the roster anymore or they're still irrelevant. Hell, I think it's so irrelevant that Akira Tozawa won it. And Ricochet won it. I think Did Chad Gable win the speed title? Sorry, I'm going for a vertical suplex. Irish whip. Jabbing and putting some good right hooks to work. With a bit of swag. And there's a clothesline. Callie Armstrong going high risk. Crossbody from the outside hitting Zarya. Callie Armstrong took a bit of pain, but she's feeling the rush now. Right now, Cruz, 10 pitches straight after rotating out. And Trommel taking over. All right, Trommel. And Taylor Trommel with 7 homers off 20 RBIs. Going 7 of 20 ain't bad. We know he can slug the ball down. Two and 0. Over the shoulder. Trammell, and he'll let that shit fly. Oh my god. And Grisham will get the out. Grisham looking too close to Nestor Cortez, and that's pissing me off. Single out off the catch, but the man was still base. Jeremy Pena coming in. One foul ball. Went 6 of 3 in the fifth. Was struck out back in the first. Strike on a sweeper ball. Oh for 3 so far. Has been Jeremy Pena. It's been nothing but a lot of unluck off the pitch. And we're going to get a lefty warming up in the bullpen. Ooh, that would be a. I still miss NXT on Wednesdays, gang. Oh, misses off the ropes. Armstrong takes a big boot to counter Zarya in the corner. Leveraging over the second turnbuckle. Making herself be like a noose. I've seen some segments over with Armstrong. She shows a lot of aggression, looking like she owns the place type character. I think one time there was a promo segment, and then she just took the microphone for herself so she can issue herself into the North American Championship. And a superplex from the top, absolutely stunning Zarya. After trying to leverage her with that sleeper hold. Oh my God, Armstrong. And Callie Armstrong, she wins this. She's in this unification match for the 2 least important belts on NXT. I'm kidding. The Women's North American Championship is fine. Oh, both trading blows. They're trading rights like it was the time to vote. Whoop, misses off the right and the left. Counters with its own right. Oh, and that back elbow. That back of the net with a headbutt. But Armstrong gets her with a power bomb running the ropes. 1, 2, no. Counter for counter, reversal for reversal, yet to take an answer. Sunday Night Main Event will be September 6th. Oh, but a neat counter after Armstrong was running the ropes into a bicycle kick. And Zarya with a discus clothesline cover. 1, 2, no. How y'all feel with zero build and then they do a title unification? Is this the equivalent of when they had the NXT Cruiserweight Championship and the Cruiserweight Championship unify? Or that was something else? Hell, they still do the Heritage Championship from NXT UK. Zarya for German suplex. Leapfrogs! Armstrong leapfrogs to evade Zarya into a scoop slam. Callie trying to feel it now. Running the ropes to build up momentum. But a spear by Zarya. Into a fireman's carry. Oh, F5 gets reversed into a double hook of legs. Oh! Callie Armstrong picks up the upset and pins the North American Women's Champion to earn an opportunity to be involved in the unification match. A surprising finish. All right, Yankees back on the bait. Back on the plate. Oh, god damn it. It's a tie off a 2-run gain from the Astros. Here we're in the bottom of the 6th. Damn. That shit bounced off his cleat. Who's the NASCAR driver here? Seriously, who's his NASCAR driver? That's what they call it up in NASCAR? Y'all ready for the Wawa 250? Fucking burger joint? Yeah, man. You know what? I'm gonna get you. Really? Yeah. You're gonna eat my Dustin Wawas. We're going for burgers now? And here comes the Birthright by Brian Pillman Jr. and a Heatwave Summit. Oh, we're gonna close out the inning. Like, if you wanted to not break kayfabe and just get the wrestlers over, why not just do exclusive documentaries on the origin of their gimmicks, their personalities, why they interact, why they wanted to become pro wrestlers? Why is it so real? Why do I have to know, like, the writing team had no idea how to book John Cena's farewell tour? Like, don't y'all think that's a bit of a counterintuitive way to promote your show, to know that you guys are incompetent collectively? That's brutal. But Triple H wants to hear collectively, but if he hears that this is my fault, there's a problem. He thinks he's the problem. And he can't allow to consider himself worse than Vince McMahon. He can't accept that. And look, I don't have to say that you have to book just this trip Vince McMahon, but there has to be some type of accountability when it comes to trying to actually book a show and make it feel like it's y'all's. Just saying. Astros defeat Yankees 3-0. I don't want to remember that day back in the wild card game. Oh God, I thought that was Severino. Right now it's 5-5, tied up here in the top of the 7th. The game's nearly closing out. Yeah, Mets and Yankees today. We have like 15 straight baseball games. And that will count as a strike over the Astros challenge. Sean McVay is in disbelief about NFL players going back to college. I feel like I took a freaking gummy. Yeah, I am shocked Sean McVay is surprised as well. Like, how you guys feel like, you know how like distorted it is that we're getting like if you remember Kyrie Williams, like I think he was a forward for the Cavaliers not that long ago. The guy was already in the NBA. You should not be at the liberty of being already a seasoned professional athlete and you're able to go back to the collegiate level screwing these kids. And I understand this is preferably for even the collegiate coaches. No, the transfer window is the only way to compete. You don't try to coach and maximize the players' talent and use it to turn them into machines. Nah, you know what we're gonna do? I think Lonzo Ball should come back to UCLA for reclassification. Yeah, I know he's 28 years old. This is absolute bullshit. He. Noam Dar has his own faction. You know we're in La La Land if Noam Dar has his own faction. We have the Heat Wave Summit of an 8-man tag. And we'll start with Dempsey sticking up with Noam Dar. The only way I know him is because it's so easy to pick out his name on 2K26. Let me see what's going on with Los Santos taking over for Vershow, 1-on-1 on the mound. Come on. Happy vacay to me. And look, I'm not trying to go overboard with the diet, folks, but there is stuff that I wanted to get that I wish I could. I probably got to work more hours around the holiday season. That I don't mind. I just want the time to watch more NFL games. And hell, I'll be here for All In. For a show. Can't get him on the changeup on a 2-on-3. Can understand why. Los Santos being this close. I do not care about the 8-man tag. I can care less. But I'm going to check out a few spots in just a moment. But I want to see who's going to win this matchup. Right now it's 2 for 2. Vershaw's going 2 for 3. Oh, foul ball. Oh. Oh. That was a bit. It was a bit bent off Vershaw's. About to hit over on the left field, but it went over to the outside post, so it'll count as a foul ball, sadly. And not sadly, goddamn. Nice when you have the time. I can finally catch up on the Yankees game. I mean, I always can, but I don't always want to see the highlights. Oh, Chisholm hesitates on the double play and gets Varsho out to risk a multi-score. Now we can just focus on just one out. Still 5 apiece. Only if we let teams have bigger rosters. For which sport exactly, Crazy Juice? For baseball, basketball. Ooh, he literally sprung out with an enziguri. Sunset flips into the roll up. 1, 2, near fall. Two at and double ankle lock, but 2 men are out. 2 straight outs. They're saying the Astros have caused damage off a 2-out scenario, but that's just going to make him go for a sinker. And that shit goes far. Sadly, Grisham catches it center field, closing out over in the top on the top of the 7th. We're back over with Mets baseball, Yankees baseball. I apologize. That was sacrilege. I apologize. Well, we're under commercial break. If only the NFL had. Okay, I understand now. I get the circumstances, especially when cut day arrives. It's a hard pill to swallow, especially when it comes to depth of the running back position, like the scarcity. And sometimes they got to pick through the crumbs. They don't even trust practice squad. But that's just so much personnel. You could do over a depth chart of 4, then you guys can do a depth chart of like 5, and trying to fill that over to a sideline, or else we got to make the field bigger. Damn. I'd love to see more NFL stars get their chance. But thankfully, there's also the UFL. I would say there's always an opportunity somewhere. Even if it's unwanted. Wasn't Romeo on TNA holding the international championship? Oh, that was Stax. Oh yeah, he is dating Ariana Grande. Isn't that the daughter of Santina Morella? Yeah, they were on TNA for a stint. Oh, guys, Brandon Marshall just got reclassified to play another year from the transfer portal. You know what it reminds me of? I think it was NCAA football 14 or 13. No, it was 13 because Robert Griffin III was on the cover. And you can play in the Heisman mode. Not the difficulty, but there was a Heisman challenge mode where you could replay as any legendary Heisman winner and replay their season or choose a different school program and play it at their position. This is what it's reminding me of. You want to relive your former glories or do something outside? Do that. But instead of being the dream case scenario, like if you want to play as Barry Sanders and bring back Oklahoma State to their former glory of being a top school, because the last couple seasons has been really rough. Be an Oklahoma State fan. These guys got shut out like 60 points in a game last season. And when I was a kid, I was regularly watching college football. These guys always made it to a bowl game, got 10 wins. Now it feels like they're in the power of mid. Bringing back their legendary head coach couldn't even do a damn thing. And that guy had been practically raised in the program. Men. Nope. Swing and a miss. Calabriu. And Oker. That's his first start in 64 games. And he has a 2.4 ERA, guys. God damn. Jose. 0 for 2. He needs to get back. Yeah, that's a strike. Caballero. He's usually swinging for the fences. See what's going on in NXT. So they're making the Cruiserweight title match the main event, I guess. Oh, break up the pinfall. Yeah, Caballero just got struck out. I remember when West Virginia was good. Yeah, damn, bro. Yeah, West Virginia used to be so good. Jabril Peppers was a goddamn game changer. People wanted him on this team quickly. Oh, baby. Oh, there's the armbar. Cross armbar, but he's going to break it up with a swanton. Breaks up Noam Dar for Clark Connors with a and a flip. I forgot Clark Connors came from New Japan. And Lorenzo stacks back elbows from the springboard. Damn! A launch pad STO into a blockbuster by King. Super kick. Damn! Damn, 10 out of 10 work rate, and we know we're going to have the splash that's going to get everybody down. Except one guy. Oh, and we're not done. We are not done, folks. We are not done. Oh, but one partner goes down to Yuta Dempsey. But the roll up, Noam Dar. He is the unk of NXT next to freaking Sean Spears. 1, 2, 3. That damn back body suplex off the bridge looked beautiful. Birthright picks up the victory. What a hell of a back and forth. I thought this match should be boring, but the second half, bro, they were just off to the races. Yeah, West Virginia used to be good. I think around until 2015, there was a time when Baylor was just completely mid, bro. Oh my God, who had the biggest fallout? Kansas State and Northwestern? Kansas State used to be decent, half decent in the Big 12. I felt like the Big 12, you saw like any big Texas team. Baylor, Texas Tech, Rice University. Damn, who told you to play lights out, De La Cruz? Jesus Christ, 4 goals, 2 assists. Brother had a hat trick. And his first time playing right wing. And an assist. How you have 4 goal contributions on your first start game. And they only give you a 7.9? I'm so proud of y'all. Oh, God. He looks like... This guy looks like freaking Paul Burchill. Will prosper. Will get his biggest challenge to date against Ray Phoenix that nearly is one step closer to face Roman Reigns for the WWE World Championship. EK Prosper versus Ray Phoenix will close out the night. Get older, they stay the same age. That is questionable. That's Brett Favre's line if I ever heard it. I forgot what movie that reference came from. Sean McVay when he sees NFL players going back to college. Yikes. Yeah, it looks like you're off the Worms gang. Weed is tight. Yeah, that I don't blame Sean McVay for feeling how he's feeling. That just NCAA money is just a little bit more legitimate, especially with NIL. You just get a bit of a pro experience. You just somehow go back to college, like the Heisman Challenge. Mm-hmm. So Robert Griffin III, why don't you do Baylor a favor? Bring him to the playoffs. Andrew Luck, go back to Stanford. Christian McCaffrey, stay where the fuck you are. I want to see you healthy for one season. Please. Just for one season, gang. But don't, oh yeah, Yankees up now. Bottom of the seventh. Slider ball and it gets hit over by Garcia. Over the left field. Absolutely brilliant. Oh no, that was right outside. Pena off the. And here comes Cody Bellinger. Got a home run. Notice that. Could call this four seam. Could call for the four seam. He's waiting for a changeup. Come on. Catches that slider. Bellinger. And that hits over the pitcher's foot, but that's still going to be out. Ben Rice over Okert's foot, softening and cushioning the speed of the ball going off the ground over Bellinger. So close, gang. So close. I can't believe cheating on Megan Thee Stallion still gives you a contract for the Miami Heat. Shout out Klay Thompson. SEC has passed a rule that doesn't allow players to return from the NFL to play SEC school, making tight end DeQuan Wright ineligible to sign with LSU. If any SEC school signs a former NFL player, they'd face penalties. Ooh! Ooh! SEC is one of the programs to finally put their fucking foot down. Y'all telling me Traquan ain't gonna be a super senior? Where my hug at for those NIL deals, gang? Where my hug at? Yeah, you heard it here. The SEC has restricted professional NFL players to return back to college football, illegitimizing they're illegitimizing any. Don't move no more, nigga. You're in the NFL already. Is this gonna be also for Kyrie Walker after they just made him walk back to college basketball? I think Kyrie Walker's playing for Auburn, and Auburn's a good basketball program, and that's sad to see because their college football is falling off a cliff. Ray Phoenix versus EK Prosper, folks. It's going to be a hell of a match. Knowing Ray Phoenix got to put banger after banger after his match with Dragon Lee. This is personally why I wanted to also put on NXT so I can see this match. From Pat Shoyo, I feel like he's Julius Randle with hops. Yo, Ennis Kenter, last time you guarded me, I had 40. Relax, bro. I'm about to say, it's like Julius Randle, when he was on the Pelicans, the Lakers, and the Knicks, guy had ups. Julius Randle, when he was aging out of his bruiser power forward phase and he became more of a ranged perimeter outside shooter, chill. Like Randle, I know we could question him being in the second fiddle as a secondary scorer, but my God, was Randle like finally coming into his own when he left LA to join the Pelicans. He was dropping 40, 30. Oh, they have a male ring announcer. Mike Rome. EK Prosper. Pounds Clay World Cruiserweight Champion Ray Phoenix. Oh yeah. Mike Rome looking like Rockstar Spud got hit with an electric rod, gang. Can Prosper pick up the W? Carmelo Anthony reveals that he could join a LeBron. Wasn't it an ego thing? I think it was already expected, and plus he had to take a massive pay cut. He called his agent for a 3-year deal, but but there was no conversation. I'm staying. I'm taking 5 years, 85 million. Here's a warning shot. Bang! Oh yeah, yo, I missed out on the moment. That Matrix reference on Twitter was based on Solo literally doing a neon reference. Whoop, backflip over from the ropes, handspring into a hip toss. Oh, into a massive chop. Another massive chop by Ray Phoenix. EK Prosper. Now you're messing with him off the ropes. Damn, those chops taking shockwaves, bro. Reminded me when he was on Lucha Underground. Rolls over off the ropes in between. Catches him with a drop kick after Ray Phoenix about to attempt a springboard. EK Prosper with a top rope moonsault. NXT. Right now we're under commercial break. Tough luck for Ray Phoenix after that moonsault by EK Prosper. Right now, Hedrick. Ooh, catches him off a splitter. Get your bitch ass out of here. Look at Ray Phoenix doing his own strut like his brother. The busy schedule having to do a title defense, then end the tournament final, facing off his own flesh and blood for an opportunity of a lifetime against Roman Reigns and his own home country of Mexico. Vertical suplex. Oh, a stunning roundhouse kick into a tornado DDT. Mamma mia. Cover. 1, 2. EK Prosper nearly wins it. Damn. Those vicious chops. Oh, giving him a piece of his own medicine. Trying to get his own get back, but Ray Phoenix can also dish it tenfold. Knee to the midsection. Crucifixing the shoulder. Now getting him into a head scissors. Onto the right hand. Both trading blows. Both trading forearms. Running the ropes as they collide with a double lariat. This is awesome. Trust the process. Who the fuck said that? Okay, I apologize. Now it's tied 1. Velasquez is up next. Here in the top of the 8th. Ooh. Pushing off that 4 seam. Both on 2 knees. Pause. Not giving a damn. Both men chopping the shit out of one another, then getting a massive counter. Going for a double hook. Phoenix trying to end this. Tiger bomb, but Prosper plunges him in his head. Building the momentum. Prosper, springboard into the damn leg drop. Springboard leg drop over his face. Oh my God. Ooh. 1, 2, no. Messes with Ray Phoenix stunning EK Prosper. The tightrope punt. Oh, that tightrope punt by Ray Phoenix to close out the show. Perched up on the top, calling him up for a final blow. Cross body from the top. Ray Phoenix 2. No. Nearly. Frog splash from the top cover. Thanks to Chavo that you beat Booker. Remember that, Booker. Remember that time Chavo gave like a brutal chair shot betrayal? And I've seen brutal chair shot betrayals like what Matt did to Jeff Hardy. That was the same thing, but Chavo just put that shit. I think he chucked that at Rey Mysterio, bro. Oh, with that German suplex. Off the handspring into a cutter. Lethal injection style from Rey Fenix. NXT fans fading in shock, trying to anticipate who'd come up with the victory here. After that handspring cutter off the ropes by Rey Fenix, having in position, Fenix. Oh, going for that running knee on the corner. Mexican muscle buster turns into an enziguri, and EK Prosper goes outside. Phoenix positioning him outside. Right hand. Still some retaliation from EK Prosper with some stiff right hands to the face of Rey Fenix. Springboarding him out. Oh, what is this? What is this? Phoenix trying to battle out. Oh my God! Top rope super hurricane rana. EK Prosper. You're hearing the holy shit chants, folks. Make yourself famous, kid. Do it. Moonsault. Rey Fenix counters. Off the ropes. Running enziguri off the corner. Super kick. Mexican muscle buster like he did to win against Dragon Lee. 2 bangers straight in a row to retain. 1, 2, 3. What a match, bro. God damn. Outstanding showcase. Rey Fenix retains his Cruiserweight Championship from AAA. Now bring back the Lucha Brothers before we end out the year, else I'm going to get real tight. Outstanding showcase. Rey Fenix with 2 straight bangers and 2 straight nights. Oh my God. After facing Dragon Lee, this EK Prosper kid's something to watch. That top rope hurricane rana from, oh my God. That shit had my blood rushing, folks. And why the Astros up by 2 runs at the top of the 8th? Explain that to me. Went over the pitcher's hand. Perfect. God damn it. Well, time back for my alcohol. We giving out RBIs now, Hedrick? Oh, we had the Dunkman Championship with shout out to 3-time dunk champ Mac McClung. Over the shoulder, backward slam. God damn. Oh, Sam Myers, we're having some NASCAR crossovers. Well, if Miles Bourne, is that Miles Bourne? I don't have. I know Miles Bourne is half deaf, but yeah, oh God, I do not want to disrespect him if he has a visible disability. Oh. Wrecking Crew, right? So this is rip off Otis and Tucker. Let's just quit. What we got over here? So it's still Cutler and Osiris. Oh yeah, it's Hank and Tank, right? So our main event is the Summit for Heatwave before this Sunday. Even though they got to go against, they're probably going to be in a different time zone. They're probably going to be in a different time zone, so they don't have to worry themselves because what's All In going to air? All In's going to air what, like 6 Eastern, 6 or 5 Eastern. Hold on, let me look it up. Jose Altuve. That short fuck. I'm sorry, I'm joking. Come on, let's close it out, Hammer. Altuve now 2 for 4. And he'll slide that off before seam. That'll be a foul ball. 1 for 2. Oh yeah, Bree Bill is still out with a leg injury. But you have from Turnhill, even though one person's booked out. And they're still irrelevant. You know, and I don't know what the momentum is with Saraya, because that fanfare ended around the time she went to AEW. When people already know she's generally a ring rat, outside of her films that's supposed to push her as this hard knock coming out of humble beginnings of a British Indies, getting into the company, even though it was due to her family connections, and her fanfare around like the developing changes of the women's division around that time period. Even though when she was around that time period, her most relevant storyline was with AJ Lee doing lesbian shit. Interesting. Yeah, if you tell me that this bitch deserves to be in the Hall of Fame before Mickey James, guys, I feel like we have a massive disconnection. All due respect. It's Tuesday, which means Hard Knocks is back. Them punching the football in a spring tube is concerning. Boing, boing. Patriots are dumb as hell getting rid of Keyshawn Booty. This isn't like their last young receiver. No, it wasn't like their last young lineman. That was an absolute dumb mistake. Oh yeah, I forgot Adama Traore is coming to the newly promoted Deportivo Catalunya. The guy that looks like Obafemi if he played soccer and ran like a track star. Yeah, you'd be surprised how buff this dude is. And he can run like a fucking track star. I mean, yeah, it's possible to get fast and strong, but oh my god, he makes DK Metcalf running a route look like he's playing tight end. Look up Adama Traore in his run time over when he was on Wolves. That's probably his most reputable time in football. Submission match between Kalani Parker, Jada Parker, and Natty. Yeah, they just call her Natty now for short. Then, Women's North American Championship and Speed title unification between Ren Sinclair, Callie Armstrong after beating Zarya to unify both championships. North American title on the line, Jackson Drake against Miles Bourne. And that is also one half of the tag team champions. Next up, NXT tag team titles on the line. Oh, pulling double duty with Trayvon Heights against the Vanity Project. Will be before or after the North American title match. Then a four-way between Zilla Fatu, Grayson Waller, and Cruz Montana. Yes, Mike Santana got signed to NXT after he lost the world title on TNA. I thought he's going to be AEW bound. But I guess after his first stint, I guess him on a solo career, especially with the Latino market, I feel like that would just benefit him more on WWE, in my opinion. And here we go. Kendall Gray and Ren Sinclair. Eyes on the prize here in the Summit before the big blow-off pay-per-view. Or premiere live event. Live event. It's a live event. So 8 a.m. Pacific time, but it'll be 11:30 a.m. While in Europe, it'll start 5:30. Yeah, that'd be nice if it started later, but I am going to watch Manchester United. Yeah, but we'll get an 11:30 stream going on for All Out. Or All In, I apologize. I cannot wait, though. The card looks legitimate. We can cover it right now if we want to. And then you can give me your prediction who's going to win. Coruña, my fault. Stanford's tight end, just playing the nerd aesthetic. The nerd. Stanford tight ends are really playing the nerd stereotype of Stanford University players to a new level. Marcus Monroe, Zach Giuliano. I love it. Random Z-Bert, Aiden Black, Chico Holt, Benji Blackburn. Absolutely hilarious. I love the humor the tight ends have. Oh yeah, trying to get cartilage ears. The cauliflower ears. I apologize. Yeah, breaking the cartilage in their ears. That's crazy. I mean, that's your life if you want to be an MMA fighter, I guess. Okay, it's 7. It's 8-7 right now. And Wells 1-0. But Kalani Jordan got some final words. Oh, mocking her injured ear. Kalani Jordan being a savage. It's your last shot. It's your last shot. Don't you know what you got when they're all gone? CCC. Oh God, Zarya, you just got pinned. The Disney acting with Ren Sinclair is crazy. With Sinclair is crazy. What's this tag team called? Forever. Oh yeah. Armstrong got something to say. Heifers. Here we going back to back. I beat y'all heifers back to back. Fair ball. Foul ball. 0 for 2 for Caballero. And here comes Grayson Waller. What are all these beautiful queens doing in my ring? Nepo Oos is crazy. Ooh. Sexist. You're going to be talking about Grayson Waller. I'm not gonna lie. How many times these main roster stars gotta lie to themselves? You were literally world tag team champion not that long ago, and then you're coming in, winning, trying to chase NXT title gold. I mean silver. Gang, they literally changed the. We're just getting everybody in the PLE involved. You peaked at 2.0, jobber. Oh yeah, Kareem Hunt. Anytime Isaiah Pacheco thinks that he has a chance of being irrelevant in fantasy football. Stop showing me that. Whenever I see Irvin's abs, it just makes me feel like I should be trying harder in the gym. I mean, shit, we should be. If y'all see a Michael Irvin with freaking six packs at like, what is he, 50 something years old? And here comes the main man himself. I'm in the thick of it. I kind of like a toxic work environment. Why is security here? I'm here to. Oh, and Santana gonna close the monotony. We're gonna have the men and women fighting that are gonna be part of the PLE on Heat Wave. I love it, man. Oh yeah, man. We can't wait this Sunday. We've seen the men and women go at it. And Callie takes an F5 by Zarya that's still bandaged up. Oh, face plant by St. Clair. Jordan. Oh, and the reverse back elbow was crazy on some. Oh my god. Is that Zilla Fatu? Let me guess. Everybody's outside. Every other man's outside. Oh, yeah, and security for Zilla Fatu just to do a high risk maneuver and taking the NXT title for himself. Well, why not just dress up like Ricky Saints again, Zilla? Hit the floor. That is on some Michael Cole promo shit. And then we close out everybody holding their title, even though they're not part of a major faction. Guys, you don't know how many times they try to spam just to close out the show. Make it look important, like we don't have a pay-per-view next week. I mean, it'll be the next week after, but guess what? Lift your belt, show that the belt's significant. Show. Oh, you're losing to Barry Corbin next week. What the fuck did you just say to me? Sorry, that's just how the booking is. Sorry, pal, but I just love Baron Corbin's hustle and his bald head. See my future in that head, pal. I can see the lawsuits that I can get away with. Vince, why share that? Why share that, Vince? We closed that over on NXT. We're going to close out here on the Astros and Yankees. Right now, it's a one-run game with still another inning to go. Hopefully, the Yankees battle back from this deficit after commercial break, guys. But NXT was a fun show, especially the EK Prosper. That's my first time seeing EK Prosper. But shout out. And by the way, what's with De La Coruña getting washed up Premier League fodder? Also, Aubameyang and Adama Traoré used to play over at Barcelona at that terrible 2020 season. In 2021 season, when they just got a bunch of washed up Premier League players. New Padres owner Kwanzaa Jones took photos of the reporters during her press conference. Oh, Ponch, how come I wasn't updated that they have Kwanzaa Jones be the new owner of the Padres? Is this the first black owner? That's insane. Hold on. How come nobody updated me about this? It's insane. Kwanzaa Jones is the new owner of the Padres. Congratulations. She took photos of the press just in case. Well, Kwanzaa Jones, good luck trying to help this Albatross as a franchise come back as a contender. Led by Danny Advia, that's ranked third among NBA forwards with 6.7 assists. I thought that was reported on purpose. That was reported on purpose, wasn't it? That had to be. Kurt Cigaretti has dropped the whole blueprint. Yeah, he's just dropping 27 one-liners of the most generic things you can put as a head coach. People think taking to the streets in Cleveland. They're literally with signs with "enough is enough," guys. They have as much hate for Deshaun Watson than they do for whatever new bullshit AI is going to tax them up like 90% for no reason. I swear, I think sometimes we just direct our hate in the wrong reasons. Don't get me wrong, Deshaun Watson is a piece of shit that deserves to not be starting for the Cleveland Browns at this current state of time. Hell, they might just go get the first overall pick for next season for the Browns, but at least nobody hates Saquon except the overhype he has to be the potential future of the NFL. That's just me spitting facts. Oh, hits off that sinker. It'd be the most worthless shit that we hate upon universally. Like that lesbian space bullshit show that was made by Australia. We can't tackle that some guys can't afford their own fucking apartment, but we care about a goddamn cartoon that tackles upon straight white male. Like, I'm sorry. Oh, there's the base hit off the four seam. That will go over for a flyer. Top of the ninth, we're trying to close out. We only have one out. Walker's only 3 for 2 so far. And we just need him out for a fly. But he's close to a walk. Ooh, swing and a miss. Bald. Walker's out of here. We're going to head to the bottom of the ninth soon. Barely anybody on base. Jordan Alvarez and Ben Rice in a chase for a triple crown. While Rice is trying to continue his stat line to be the best in the American League. Micah sounds off Jordan Love. Oh, yeah, he's probably upset how Jordan Love is in even the top 15 best player in the NFL. Hey, my friend over there thinks you're cute. My friend, it's Klay Thompson. And Smith, he's going for a double. Cam gets a triple. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Off the outfield, and he drops it, trying to go throw up the third. That was a brutal hit. And Smith goes for a brilliant triple. Henner off Diaz. Oh, base hit. Oh, off the third base. No. RBI single, and Smith is going to score. RBI double. God damn it. Guys, I'm gonna jump off something. I'm so used to Klay Thompson with the afro. I mean, yeah, back in the day, Klay used to have a short cut shape up, just a decent short little cut before later on in his career when he had the afro. Looking like the Flint Tropics. But his outside shooting could be really, really well done with Tim Hardaway Jr. that did have a good comeback season with the Denver Nuggets. Nelson Velasquez now on a 1-1 count with one man on the second. A bit above. Currently 2-for-1 against the Einer. Velasquez, that'll be 2-2 now with a chance to strike out. We need to close this as quick as possible. Niner going to push that 3-for-2 now. Yeah, Dolly Parton is the headline of the night. Oh, we got a guest here. What's poppin', John Jay?
Yo, like my logo?
Yeah, I've messed with it.
Yeah,
I see it on the channel too.
Yeah, I rebranded the channel and now everything's all set up. I even let everyone on Instagram know. And so I'm officially returning to streaming weekly.
Hold on.
And only for the...
Hold on, John. Welcome back.
Thank you. So you streaming the baseball game?
Yeah, after I was doing that at the same time. The NXT was already done airing, and I was finishing up after we were literally up in one run, and then we allowed this guy to go for a massive triple after he hit a hefty ball up like left field. Triple, completely wasted our momentum when we were 2 outs left, heading into the bottom of the ninth. My hope is nearly crushed, but there's still a chance.
So the Astros and the Yankees are playing?
Yeah. Your Giants are playing soon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's 15 games straight tonight, so I'm sure everybody's going to be playing.
Well, our season's over. Like, we're not making the playoffs. We're like 20 games under 500.
Well, that just means you have enough alcohol to I'm joking.
Buster Posey's like, everything's all right. Is that picture that Kenny gave me? There's a puppy sitting on a table. The house is burning down. It says, everything's okay. That's hilarious. No, it's not, Buster Posey. You suck as a whatever you're, because he's like, I'm not the GM, but I am the GM, but I'm not the GM.
Oh, by the way, did you know about the Padres' new owner?
I know that they were selling the team, but I have not heard any news yet.
Yeah, the Padres have a new owner.
It happened today?
Yeah, it happened recently. Also, the Avatar Aang Last Airbender remains #1 on Paramount. Oh, okay. In 18 different countries. Nice.
Well, how can I say this? I know the Lakers are screwed because the people who bought them are not good people. So I feel bad for Laker fans. For the first time in my life, their new owner has made me sympathize with them. And I've always told Crazy Juice and David Corona, if your owner, are garbage, our owner in the Warriors are good people.
Yeah, I got an idea. Maybe Jake York should affiliate with the Lakers organization.
Oh, I was watching Jim Rome, and he was like making fun of him, and he's like, my favorite part is what he said. I have to apologize to 49er fans. People were like saying that their owners are cheap, and I'm like, there's no such thing as a cheap owner. And he's like, you know what? You're absolutely right. A
Yeah,
billionaire gets caught with only $100-something in his wallet.
and Deshaun Watson probably had to pay double that price over the massage parlors.
Oh
Oh
man,
God!
that's hilarious.
Oh, you know how much Deshaun Watson probably paid for whatever little happy ending that he got in that massage parlor.
Oh man, tomorrow if you're free,
Uh,
it's 7 Pacific, so like around this time, if you would like to go to David McNiner and speak your piece about that, McNiner's it was going to let everyone talk about that.
oh God! You know what? I'm gonna see if I can make some time because after that, I'm probably gonna stream AEW Dynamite. But
Nice.
hell yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was watching the show last night, and McNiner streaming. They're like, "It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal." I cracked up. I'm like, it's sort of a big deal. Not the way you guys think it is, but like it just really thinks about it. Like Robert Kraft.
Uh-huh.
He went to a very luxurious place.
God.
My owner said, "Let's go to a trailer park."
They'll go to a trailer park near. Hey, you know the Niners owner's there not because of the trailer park. It's because of the $250,000 car up in the driveway of the trailer park. That's how you spot it. That's Jed York's place. Yeah, that's where he kept it. Oh, you know how what else? Oh, you know what else was a dead giveaway, John Jay? It was near an electrical field.
Man, it's so
that is so sad. And you know what's the worst part? Brett Favre is the only person complaining because man, inflation these days. That's how much you paid women back in the day.
I'm not gonna comment.
I'm freaking weak. I'm so sorry.
Remember, at the end of the day, I want people to understand why I hate my owner, and because of that, I hate him way more than I hated him 48 hours ago.
You know, John Jay, it could have been Brandon Ayuk actually being the stripper. This was all a sting operation.
Brandon Ayuk, he's off his rocker, and you know, I know people are gonna call me, "How dare you, John Jay, talk about this?" And Brandon Ayuk is a millionaire. He's a millionaire. He has a mansion, and so why should I feel bad for him?
You know how NFL athletes are with money, so you could see where the empathy comes in. But some NFL players are bad with money.
Oh man, what did I see recently? So I was watching Bomani Jones. He has a YouTube channel, and he talks about some like very like serious sports stuff. And he had some former player that played for the Steelers with him, and they were talking about some NBA basketball players, football players, and Bomani Jones was like ripping, at them, but at the same time, he also was using his brain. First, he's like, "You are all spoiled rich people now. You guys came from nothing, and then you guys are complaining about, well, $30 million is it's poor people money." And
That's what I'm saying.
And then Bomani Jones is like, "Don't ever say $30 million is poor people money versus real poor people."
Look at Kyle Kuzma. Even Kyle Kuzma. Remember what Kyle Kuzma said? $100 million is a shitload of money, and only because of the economics nowadays that we devalue $20. You know what a kid could do with $20 in a day? Hell, you think a guy can literally pick up errands with just $20 back in the day? So, now you literally, that's your lunch. That's your freaking lunch. Imagine what you could do with $50 come 2030. All because some idiot wanted to try to surveillance some dude's yard.
So I have 2 points. So Bomani Jones is this guy who played for the Steelers. wasn't a big star. Like that's why people don't. And I forget. I don't know his name, but
Okay.
they were both saying is like if you go back to where Tom Brady was still playing and he was younger, not old Tom Brady where he was like in the 2010s and the Buck days. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning were looked at as the standard. 15-20 million dollars was a lot of money for quarterbacks. And of course, after the lockout and the new collective bargaining agreement, the NFL has a one of the collective bargainings is that every year salaries go up and the salary cap goes up. Because it goes up, eventually we're going to see the Patrick Mahomes situation happen. And of course, all these quarterbacks that are now making ginormous amount of money. The NFL did not see that, happening. And that's why now contracts are not fully guaranteed anymore. Quarterbacks get a base salary. And that's why I make fun of Spongy. Technically, your quarterback is only going to make $48 million when his contract is over. And because he did win a Super Bowl, only one season he's going to get the full $50 million. Spongy didn't like that, but that's how his contract was written. Okay. Even the Eagles were like, Jalen Hurts, you're good, but you're not $50 million good. So that's the point. And so these NBA guys, and then but Monty Jones was like, well, a lot of these basketball players and NFL players. And he said this. I don't know if it's true or he's just trying to like do a hot take, get people like fired up on social media.
Mhm.
A lot of these men, these gentlemen, are not married, and a lot of their salary has to go to the woman in their life with the children. And so that sucks. And so what he was saying is, yeah, $30 million for a single man is a lot of money. But if you are involved and have family stuff, yeah, that money goes to her, married or not married. And then the other guy was like, that is the problem, is that these players have an ego. And again, I'm not trying to shame anybody because I have friends who have that type of life. They work hard, they give some to the lady, is what it is. Different situation. But that's the problem that, what he was saying. That's why these players complain about one extra penny when it comes to their new contracts because of
I
situations
can't
like,
afford my second baby mama. Like Anthony Edwards. Okay, I'm sorry.
you know,
No, but I feel you on that. I feel you.
not everyone is what's his name? Philip Rivers, who's happily married, who has an NFL roster of children, but he's still giving that money that he made to his, significant other.
He had to pay for his grandkids new school shoes. That's
Yeah.
why. He didn't. You know what? You know what this sadly proved? How is a 45-year-old grandpa better than Anthony Richardson? That kind of gives more to the NFL standard how poor it is. But yeah, it really gives you the economics because not only John Jay, not only is it just the women in their lives they have to pay for, the frivolous spending. Don't You got to remember some of these NFL athletes are spending their money on the most useless shit. And when I mean the most useless shit, there's NFL players out there that I feel like they're financially challenged enough to feel like they can have a real life Hot Wheel collection out there. That feel and don't forget that when they're traveling, they have to pay a different income tax.
Mm-hmm.
A different income tax, especially in the West Coast, East Coast, heavy big cities around like anything but Florida. That the income tax is not going to be a problem. And that comes over with the property tax anytime that's gradually coming in. The only thing is these guys are like legitimately forking it in. These NFL players are still practically living check to check. And some of these players will still be trying to live beyond their means, like when their NFL careers are over. Like, you remember Delonte West when he was playing with LeBron James?
Yeah, I remember him.
And what happened to him right after his career?
He disappeared.
Disappeared, not even to like where it's like Tim Duncan, where like he's not in the face of the media anymore until he shows up. He just minds his own business. He shows his respects to the Spurs and the NBA. And that's it. He just minding his business. He made his money. He does it responsibly. He has children to raise. Delonte West, that probably wasn't born with that much of parental value. didn't know the value of a dollar because most of these guys were playing when they were children. They didn't get to know the value of a dollar. Some of these basketball players, they never had part-time jobs. They never knew when to actually pay real bills until they made it to the NBA. So some of these guys are even coming without the parental guidance because they got everybody else in their ear. And then you know why they go broke when they're past 35 years old. Hell, even Lonzo Ball is getting financial issues. You know how long he's been in the NBA? I was about to graduate from graduate from high school around the time he got drafted.
Mm-hmm.
That's a rough reality for certain NBA athletes to feel like they're going to be living off their NBA success. And then you forget that you still have the rest of your life to live. You're not LeBron James. You're not, God forbid, you'll be James Harden.
Mm-hmm.
So James Harden, like 36 years old, and he's making $90 million for 2 more seasons of basketball. You'll be lucky enough to make a $5 million check unless you have a good agent.
Yeah.
And that's if you have a good agent.
I know one thing that a lot of people forget sometimes is that, like, every professional athlete, when even when they retire, the ones who are very smart keep their agents, and their agents will find them financial gains. So, for example,
Spongy?
again, wow,
No, because of Paul George, remember?
wow.
I
Anyway,
mean, it is realistic. And by the way, Paul George is like the second oldest from his draft class, like 2010. Wasn't he in the 2010 draft class? And he made $200 million with the 76ers until he got traded to the Celtics. That's a lot of money for somebody 35 plus.
Mhm.
We have veterans making max contracts still. LeBron's probably the cheapest one, and he was drafted from 2003.
yeah,
that's old.
yeah. So,
That's past drinking age. Your career.
I was talking crap about the Lakers, and I always talk crap about the Lakers. But there was a player called Rick Fox who was not Kobe Bryant status, was not Shaquille O'Neal status of those basketball teams. After that run with Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, he retired. But one thing that he did was he kept his agent. And what happened? He did a lot of movies that were like very small movies. I don't know if you ever heard of the network called BET.
Oh no, I remember BNT. I think he was in Husbands of Hollywood with Kevin Hart. That's when I saw him.
When I was a kid, because again, a lot of people don't believe me, but one of the rare kids in black projects, that was always shown on my television, and wherever I went to my friend's house, that television channel was on. It was like MTV. They showed a lot of music video programs, and then I think eventually, just like MTV, it became a channel for like reality TV and like shows. So like,
Damn,
what's the point?
lost?
So the point is that Rick Fox did movies for like those networks and like small roles, and he did like 5 soap operas, 5 different.
To be fair, he had the face of a soap opera.
Yeah, and so
pause.
And so at the end of the day, like, look at Peyton Manning. He does the Manning cast on ESPN. He has not taken a snap of football in 11 seasons. But because Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning, he does these commercials. He gets about like 35 grand, and he does like 5 commercials a year. You do the math, he's not living, a luxurious life, but ESPN pays him, like, I think $500,000 a season to do the Manning cast. So with commercials and the Manning cast, plus the money that for sure he did save, plus his brother also is there, so like they're okay. But the point is that Steph Curry bought 3 properties in San Francisco. He opened up a winery where he's investing his money, where rich people will pay to pay off the bills and the debts of the building and the rent money, so he can make the investment. And of course, he can make a lot of money hosting rich people.
By the way, if you saw his deal with Li Ning. That's like a Chinese sports brand. After he was done with Under Armour, he's making hundreds of millions already. That's more than his lifetime deal. He was gonna get underpaid by Under Armour.
Yeah, and so then he bought another building in the same area, and he started a nightclub. So I know nightclubs are not like what they were in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, but it's more like a slowed down nightclub. Like it's not like you can have like 100 people waiting in line and 500 people indoors. It's going to be like a very low level nightclub. Probably he's going to do like host a lot of private parties. So it's sort of similar to the wine. So basically like a fun environment for people and a more like more sophisticated palate. And then he recently has invested in a bowling alley that is located where the San Francisco Giants play, which has been heavily invested by the Giants. So with that partnership, he's going to be doing really, really well after he retires. And I've been saying it. It's time for you to retire, man. You have all the money in the world. You have 3 businesses now. So basically, you're going to be doing really well. And you have a nice home in the East Bay. So,
and a wonderful wife.
Yeah. And I'm thinking he has 1 kid only. So he doesn't have to worry about mouths to feed.
But that goes into a lot of things. Not a lot of NBA players been prepared for real estate, investing in their own. Even like NBA players that are taking max contracts are not really getting pulled over for real estate. Not because of the guys that under them they got to pay, like their own personal training, their own travel, their own taxes. They're getting well introduced into this level of income in just a short amount of time. And unlike like Stephen Curry, that took some time out of Davidson until he actually built up a lot of revenue until like the latter half of his career. And I'd say that's an upside into being a late bloomer like Stephen Curry, that he developed over his income and probably lived off that without like doing any like inconsiderate spending.
Mm-hmm.
And don't mind, and I'm not gonna be the one to judge, because when I got my first paycheck, John Jay, when I got my first like paycheck working a hard day's work, I did some stupid shit. But that was me without responsibility. And this time, I got to worry about debt. I got to worry about bills. I got to worry about what clothes, what food I'm going to eat if no one's going to cook for me.
Well,
that's yeah.
I don't want to sound cynical, because when I was a kid, okay, a lot of people who are my age who still live in Northern California, they ask them, why the hell are you guys still living in Northern California? It's our home. It's our home. We grew up here. We've built a life here. There's culture that we have built. And we're not living the most luxurious life, but it's where we are. And the good thing about it is that my grandfather and, a lot of his cousins and, his wife and all that stuff, I have a big family. And of course, I'm not proud to say this, but, I have a lot of foster, they're friends, but, like we're siblings, and we have the same, like foster mom who's still in our lives, who is a woman who's in her 80s, and for whatever the reason, she still lets a lot of her kids who, like, the state says, they're too old, and she's like, I don't give a whatever.
Oh no, that's a real family right there, John. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
And she doesn't have children. Unfortunately, her life went a way that it wasn't all that stuff, and because of that, I'm able to have the deal that I have, because I would not be able to live with the cost of living and so I live in this place called Daly City. Now, Daly City is my birth home. I was born there. I went to school in SF. I went to school in South San Francisco. I went to school in San Jose. I even went to school in Oakland. The Bay is my home. But I say this to Big Niner. I say this to Corona. I said this to all the other 49er guys. The Samoans have always had my back. The Filipinos have always had my back. And, of course, the Italians, who have a bit of a big soft spot because I'm a mixture of a lot of stuff. The Italians taught me how to survive. The Samoans taught me to fight, and Filipino people taught me, their culture. And so because of that, I'm not just a product of the streets. I am the streets because the streets
I am the one
cultivate
that
me.
is.
And so I remember 14-year-old John Jay. That's a long time ago. 14-year-old John Jay. I started working my very first. When I was still in high school, I was working. I got a $300 paycheck. $300 paycheck in 2026 is nothing. But $300 to a kid, that was, if you were a smart kid, a month, because $300 stretched a lot.
Oh yeah.
Because a lot of stuff that me and my friends, we had a lot of junk food. We had good metabolisms, and then eventually we stopped playing sports, and we all blew up like balloons. Now I'm still fortunate that I am still the skinniest out of all of them, and
Damn.
all of that stuff. But I'm starting to gain weight because I'm almost in my 40s, and unfortunately, because of my Latin background and all that stuff, we start
Oh yeah.
to plump up. When many there's a lot of pictures of my family once they hit 40, and so I have 40, 50, 67-year-olds that look like a balloon because it's just genetics, and I don't want to be the trend, so I do the best I can. But $300 back in 2014.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of money. I remember when I had I've been the most I got money from 2014 was like $600 on a holiday from a relative. And let me tell you, John, I have video game libraries that lasted me a whole holiday break because of that.
Man, I'm old
And
enough.
yeah,
I'm
and
old
some
enough.
new clothes. When the
I'm old
long
enough.
tees were a thing. Sorry, go ahead. Continue. I'm sorry.
I remember when video games were so cheap. I remember my well, now it's called GameStop, but now it's EB. It used to be called EB Games, and
Mm-hmm.
I used to remember like games that were like still like, yeah, like they were like 6 months old and less, were like in like this area called like the bargain bin. And because there were so many game options, I remember I had $20. I got me a past NFL game a year before for $4.99. I got me a past NBA game the year ago. Still,
The
it was still
Elite
in quality
Pass.
condition. And then, of course, I got a shooting game because my older brother, who he lives in San Diego, he loved the Call of Duties, like the old style of like the World War II and like the First World War. Like those were the games. And so I still had change left over. I remember I still had change left over, and so the nostalgia, like I said, I feel like a grandpa. Like I'm old enough to remember when things were cheap because I remember the older generation when I was in school. We used to go to the movie theater and we used to have $5 in our pocket. We were able to have a dinner, buy food at the movie theater, pay for the tickets, and we still had change left over of that $5. And we looked at them, $5 that gives you a meal, but you were able to go to a movie, man. And then now today, we tell young people like $20 is a lot of money. Oh, $20 isn't it? So like now I know how the people feel because I'm still old enough to remember when things were cheap. Things were cheap. Not anymore. I'm old.
Heck, John Jay, you go to any other country with $20. That's at least some meals you could have planned out for the rest of the week if you weren't going to go out anywhere.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Japan, hell, they'd laugh at Japan is notable for their work ethic. But unless you're doing a regular salary job, you can live off 11 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised. We shouldn't even be working. We'd be dying. We'd be salary worker in Japan, working 90 hours a week to even live off any alone. 60 hours a week is inhumane, man, if we're being honest.
Well, I've always said this. The Japanese, even though that it's the 21st century, it's 2026. There are people mostly like in the corporate world. Like the corporate world has become in Japan what the samurais used to be. If you cared about your livelihood, you know that that's how you get paid. And so people like the worker bees are the samurais, and they have this warrior mentality. They're quiet people, but they're tough people. They are quiet people, and they have that tough work ethic. That's how they are. Now, Levi was talking about, like Japanese people, and he was talking about the dark side of the Japanese culture. All I said was, you're absolutely right, Levi, and I'm going to stop you right there. While that is true, it's a warrior mentality. And so while the Japanese have modernized and people make fun of like the weird things that happen in Japan, they're like, man, these people are weird, but they still have that mentality. Now, of course, modern society has changed that ancient culture, like the culture before the 1900s, when industrial started to pop in. The word industrial, the modern world.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people still lived in agricultural settings. Today, now you are at the comfort of your home and you don't need to leave your house anymore because everything now comes to you. Amazon brings you your stuff. DoorDash and Uber Eats bring you your groceries and your food.
I don't use DoorDash anymore.
Well, I'm just making a point. I'm not
saying. No, I know.
And video games, you don't need to go to like the those midnight launches anymore. You can just download the games that you want. And so
my thing, John Jay, why they still got to do pre-orders? If you're going to download games now. Remember when the pre-order was a thing, you could just wait in line until you get your game if you already ordered it. And now people still pre-ordering games when the downloading feature been a thing for years.
That's true.
I find that still confusing why people do that. That's like waiting to be a season ticket holder for the Jets. I'm joking. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So that's the thing that, and again, I'm not trying to say like people like, if you were born in the year 2000 and when you were starting to come of age, which is I've always told kids start to come of age, when they're in middle school, around 8 to 12-year-olds. Once a child who was born in the 2000s, they were in the world which I call the YouTube generation. The YouTube generation started to grow up with YouTube. That generation now is between the ages of 20 and 30 because they were old enough to realize, a computer, youtube.com, and they grew up with that.
Yeah, I feel like you're about accurate on that one. We know what a phone book is, but we also know what Google is. I feel like that's a good combination, especially if you're a millennial. Also, because don't forget, they also grew up with like when the internet was big. And also, they weren't raised where they were dependent on the internet like us, but they were raised on that you could take more advantages with the internet, if you know what I'm saying.
You see, my generation, my age, just before like the generation who are just 40, a little bit under 40, remember the internet was AOL and Yahoo. Google still wasn't there. And so people used internet where you basically connected your phone line, and I'm old enough to remember because I did go to I did go to a poor school, but we had families who were able to afford that stuff. And when we would go to those events at those families' house, that dial-up noise, that like beep, was annoying as hell. And then I remember when Xbox Live, I was in high school. My buddy was like, yo, John Jay, have you heard about this thing called Xbox Live? You connect to the internet. Sick. I'm like, okay. And I was like, okay. And then in 2011, someone gave me an old Xbox that they bought in the not the old, the one that came out like in the mid to late 2000s. I think the second one,
360.
They gave me that as a gift because the kid wanted to update like a newer version of the Xbox 360. Anyway, which is the same damn thing. But anyway, so they gave me that, and that's how I got addicted to the Xbox, because a few years before, my buddy bought the last Sega Dreamcast.
Jesus Christ! Remember that was.
And so while everyone was buying PlayStation and then the Xbox, at the time the GameCube was Nintendo's next model, we were playing the game with Allen Iverson on the cover of 2K.
Oh, the original NBA 2K.
So it was so fun. And I was like, man, I'm not hating on the PlayStation, but it's too much for me. I'm not hating on Nintendo, but it's also too much for me. And then if it wasn't for a friend of mine who was like, Mom, I want the new version of the 360. What are we gonna do with the? We could give it to John. You know, he doesn't have a game system. Let me talk to his parents. My son wants to donate your son a game console. And then my pops was like, hey, I don't care. If my son wants it, wants it. I said, I want it. I want it. And she's like, oh, here you go. And my dad was, all right, it's another boring computer. He doesn't understand that shit. But then I just started to play, and then he gave me his old games. Boom. And I just got addicted to the Xbox. So my first true game console was the Xbox. My first ever console that I bought was a used Xbox, the original one.
Oh, I never got the original Xbox. Only my eldest cousin had the original Xbox. But my first console was the PlayStation 2. And that came out around the early 2000s. You probably grew up when there was a lot more video games of it. But yeah, that was my first console. But the PlayStation 5 is actually the first console I got my own money. And let me tell you, somehow that cost less than the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 was like $300, $200. And that was when that was like a loophole between Sony to get DVDs for both film and console. And nowadays I have to download film and console and worry about if they're going to take them away or not when they're downloaded. But I just got it because my friends have it. Anything else, I would have done the smart thing and get my $500 back when they increased the price for a 6-year-old console. All due respect to Sony, but that little tweet that you put over for your audience saying that you don't own anything when you buy it is absolute hogwash and an embarrassment.
Mm-hmm.
No, John, because now when you download something, unless they ban your account, you don't have proper ownership of it. They can take it away as you wish. You can't even get a refund back.
Oh, that's fucked up.
That is fucked up. That's why fans were putting a petition online that don't kill games. Because guess what? You won't get financially compensated depending on the deadline that you had it, or you have to regularly play with it, or just not piss them off of their bottom line.
Yeah, basically, like just like everything, like maybe it's my background of my personal beliefs, but video games were for the common person, like something different.
Mm-hmm. And now they're making you pay $100 to play Grand Theft Auto.
Like my Roku TV died almost 2 weeks ago, but the Roku TV had this series on the History Channel, and all the OG gamers who created stuff are now in their 50s. It really shows you that it's still a early thing. And they were like, when we were creating video games in the 90s, mm-hmm. the consoles were battling to be like, we want to be the exclusive for your game. We wanted to be exclusive. And so what they did was they still provided games to all the consoles. Now, there weren't a lot of consoles. And even today, the three consoles, Nintendo's still big, Sony, and of course Xbox. And I don't think any other console company can ever come close to what those three have done. But at the end of the day, PlayStation is number one. No one's ever going to dispute that. And so they were saying, we love to create games. But then has the newer generation of these, game developers who want to get in the business. They entered in a time where corporate companies. There's a reason why I hate Wall Street and why I hate corporations. I've always had this feeling, maybe because it's my blue collar, red American, where like you did what you wanted to do. The job you did was what you wanted to do. It wasn't about I'm going to be a millionaire. I just want to be prideful that a check is coming to my house, depending on what kind of job, weekly, bi-weekly, or every month. And so a lot of people saw it, and I grew up in that mentality. But I remember a buddy of mine used to love Facebook, and he stopped doing Facebook. But Madden started to create a card game, and I remember it was on Facebook called Ultimate Team. I did it. I enjoyed it. It was pretty fun. It was like very low, like what it is right now, but it was like very low. And so I was like, all right, it's just another game. I'm bored of it, whatever. And my buddy, he got it. He got really like into it. And then he said, dude, I gotta buy me Madden because now it's gonna be on the console. And so he racked up about $15,000 in debt after
the fuck?
Yeah, let me explain. He just got into it. He had to buy. Then he realized I have a problem. He said, I have a problem.
Yeah, you have a gambling problem. That's why this guy's ripping packs. Back in the, I remember, John Jay, I'm a bit more in tune with this thanks to around my generation where everybody wanted to be a content creator. The Ultimate Team was their best capitalizing scheme of Madden sales were floundering. And yes, around the late 2000s, Madden sales were floundering. So they just thought, hey, let's have people play this game where they get to collect cards of the NFL players and they have them mix match them and put them on every team, on a team together. So if they want to play with Chad Johnson, then he plays with Tom Brady, that happens. Oh, that's a cool game mode. Yeah, but have rip packs about it. And if they feel like they don't have enough virtual currency, have them pay extra so they can just open the slot machine anytime. They can just get any card they want. You see how that? You hear that? How that works, John Jay?
Mm-hmm. So he's like, I have a problem. And luckily, I was like, dude, you don't have a lot of money. I know you're never going to be paying this off because you're a part-time employee at the job that you did, and basically you would not be able to use your salary because he was part-time.
Oh boy. And
so he had to own up, and basically he went to his mom, and, like told him the situation. She was very furious, but what a patient woman. And she's like, the mall, the mall, malls are dead now, but the malls were like, like in its final years of still being, a place to go.
A social place, yeah.
So she called a friend of a worker who worked at a local mall in the Bay Area. And basically, he, with his part-time job, basically he became a workaholic. After 6 months, he was able to pay half off.
Wow.
And then she made a deal with him that she would give him an additional, and not the whole amount, but a very small portion to help out. Again, not a rich woman. He was not rich, but he was part-time, and they were able to pay it off just before 2020. But if he kept doing it,
oh no, he would have been fucked around the pandemic era. Oh God.
He would have had to declare bankruptcy, and then he would have basically, messed up, his parents. But at the end of the day, I also chipped in for him. And I told him, you don't have to pay me back, but what you have to do for me is when you ever are driving, you will drive me everywhere. You will be my chauffeur. So
that's not a bad deal.
So basically, because I did help now, again, I did not give him $15,000, and I did not give him like what his mom did, but he basically paid 70% of it. I helped out, and she gave the remaining 25%. And so I gave him 5%. I'm not going to tell you how much I did, but basically I gave him a small portion. And so at the end of the day, he realized dude, I feel bad for like the next generation. If I imagine like those who are like super invested and are buying stuff, you know.
Yeah, because now the young generation, they're now into some more material bullshit. I remember when I was harassing my mom for months until my birthday, until I got Beyblades. I remember I was like 11 years old, and the biggest thing in my mind was getting every top from that show, every top, and doing little tournaments with my brothers and cousins. And now kids want fucking Rick Owens, Uggs, Yeezys, Jordans. Fucking what? What are we doing? Why y'all need a $15,000 jacket to go with your $300 shoes, $500 fucking shoes? And John Jay, I'm gonna put a confession. I was one time like your friend when I was like 16 years old. I had no value of money. I was desperate to be like the guys I saw that had the facilities to actually afford doing the microtransfer. Damn, two outfielders on the Diamond Heads absolutely collapsed. But yeah, I think I wasted around. Don't hate me for this. $500 of my mother's credit card. I am still ashamed to this day. I was too young to work a part-time job. So my father, that was separated from my mother, pitched in, and that was like the time when he was not like physical, because when Caribbean parents discipline you, it's never pleasant. But he said he'd give me this money, you give it straight to your mother, you're going to apologize, and then you're going to work with me, whatever I ask, for the rest of the year, until I feel like it's time. You've done everything you owe, and you will take off your Xbox, get your grades right at school, and then you could do whatever you want. I had to learn that the hard way. I was really guilty that I actually didn't mind having my Xbox locked up, waiting for the time where I felt like I was on the right path, because that's a lot of money, especially for my mom that had to raise more than one sibling, and knowing that like that took a hard pill to swallow reality wise, because now I don't want anybody taking money from me, and now you know how that feels when nowadays $500 has a bit more value to it than ever. And it sucks to say that too, because I know like guys like that think they have it, but they don't. But they still want it, and they feel that urge that they need to spend money. Don't succumb to that, guys. You guys don't need that bullshit. The servers are going to be out for Madden in like 3.5, 4.5 years. There is 15,000 on some make-believe cards that you know are going to be a 99 at the end of spring. God, what are we doing? Spend your money fucking wisely. If you want to spend your money on a Super Bowl Tom Brady trading card that you could save up for the next 30 to 40 years, do it. It's an investment. But you spend $100-something on Madden, and then you're spending another 1,000 to pull a card with no sentimental value, especially if you're not a good content creator. Dummy. Yeah, you're a dummy. Continue, John.
Yeah. Now, while money is not what it used to be, $500 still does go a significant way. And earlier, when I was making fun of the NBA basketball players and the football players,
Mm-hmm.
after they finished joking around and making fun of the players, Bomani Jones and that Steelers guy was like, all right, now let's talk real, like serious, like, things that make people scared, but he said we have to do this. There's a reason why the word budget is a very, very controversial word for many people. Because when people hear the word budget, they're like, oh, wow, you have no money. You have to budget. But it even works for people who have extra or what I call supplemental income. Income where like it's either going to be in my bank account or I could spend it on something. And in the following paycheck, there'll be more money where I can just leave it there or I can also spend it. And so what they were saying is, say hypothetically, like they use like an arbitrary number, $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Say you were able to survive every week $1,000, which is basically 40. If you do the math, it's 4,000. You do the math, about $48,000 per year. Okay. Once you account for all your bills and food, say you have $11,000 left of that $48,000. You can leave it in the bank and grow it, or you can use it as supplemental income. And when they were saying if you're getting $30 million after taxes, that's probably about, I want to say, 17 to 18 million dollars. So say you make 17, 18 million dollars is a lot of money because it's 17 million. And say you're going to be getting 17 million for at least 5 years. You do the math. That's about almost 100 million. No, wait, no, I'm doing the math wrong. That is about almost $90 million that is guaranteed to you. It depends on how you spend 90 million in 5 years. Are you going to waste it all every time you get your yearly pay, or are you going to budget? I can still go on a trip. I can still buy me a car. I can still get me a house. But do I really need a house that has like 50 rooms? And do I need 15 cars? Or should I downsize and get me a house that has 10 rooms and have 1 car? That's luxury in the United States. And that's what they were saying. And so while $500 is not a lot of money, you can still buy $500 worth of stuff in whatever you want. So if you want to buy $500 of food, guess what? Your refrigerator was going to have 500, and you have to eat all of that $500 of food. And so that's the thing that I've always said is like, while like I say to McNiner, of course, $1 million isn't what it is anymore, McNiner, but it's still $1 million. After taxes, that should be about $625,000, which is still a lot of money if you do the math.
Don't tell an NBA player that, John Jay.
Yeah.
And so crazy.
And so back to what my grandpa was like. He worked, and this is how different it was. He worked during his generation. He was making between 30 and 50K when he worked. Technically, he was doing really, really well. But guess what? He had to pay a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
He had to pay for a old pickup truck. He had to pay for that. He had to pay for groceries, and he had mouths to feed. So things like that. Mm-hmm. And so while he was doing really well, after he paid everything up, now again, where his era, everything was expensive, he still had supplemental income, but he was not balling. Okay. My mentor, he had benefits. He can go to the doctor for free. He can go to the dentist for free. He can go to the eye doctor for free. If he had to go to the emergency room, it was taken care of. He had basically 1 checkup a year and 1 emergency visit a year in case he needed it. But if he had to make an appointment, it was covered. If he had to go to the dentist once a year, it was covered. And he was making about $60,000 in the late 90s, early 2000s. He was not balling, but guess what? He had benefits. Today, maybe John Jay is a little bit messed up when he says this, but our economic model today is like cheap wages, no benefits. And so if you're a worker in 2026, while there are jobs, it's not livable. It's not livable. Now, some places you can be livable. Again, I live in expensive California, but I know other places like CG, who just recently moved to Arizona, he said he was paying $500 rent, but he was living in the Central Valley, and he says that it gets like in the hundreds half the year. I said, hell no. Now I know why it's so cheap. Nobody wants to live there.
Well, shit. I mean, other than the AC bill kicking your ass,
Yeah,
who's saying no? Unless you're like a lizard.
you know.
I'd love to be a lizard and live in Arizona, man. $500 a month, John Jay. You should pull up here. We can grab the barbecue and watch the Niners play the Cardinals.
But
Oh, don't worry, I'm the only one suffering though. Sorry, CG.
but the downside is the minimum wage is about $5 less than Northern California because it's much cheaper. And so a lot of people don't know this. I'm an economics guy. I'm a money person. California has the highest minimum wage just outside of Seattle, not the state of Oregon. Seattle. Seattle is the highest minimum wage. They're up to like almost $35 just to be
Whoa!
just to have livable. Their minimum wage in Seattle is like 22 something. San Francisco is
Probably a population thing too.
Yeah, San Francisco is just barely entering $20. It's kind of hilarious. For the last 15 years, they have only moved up $5 in the last 15 years, while Seattle has always been moving up all the time. And so a lot of people who like to make fun of San Francisco, Seattle has a much worse cost of living problem because a lot of people don't know this, more people are moving to Seattle than Northern California. So what's going on? The cost of living is getting kind of crazy. And so
hell, wouldn't surprise me if some guys were actually just commuting over to Seattle instead of working. I mean, just living there.
So one of my friends, or like one of my foster sisters, she lives in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. She has to live with like 4 of her roommates from college because she went to a small state school in the East Bay. They're all making like 40 grand, and they have to like divide the rent 4 ways. Guess what? My foster sister, or my friend, because we're like family. She's moving back in with her dad in the Thanksgiving time because she cannot afford it, and her 3 roommates are going back to Nevada because that's where they're from. Because it's cheaper in Nevada, but because she has no family in Nevada, her father is like one of those like old school, like, oh great, my child's coming home now, like those weird parents are like don't want to let go of their kids for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm like,
you gotta tell she possibly have is she white, or I'm sorry to pry, is she like a Middle Eastern background or Latino?
She's Central American.
Oh, okay. That's understandable.
And so the dad basically lived with his spouse with her family, and it didn't bother him. And so for him, he doesn't care. But he would always tell me, like, because I would go to church, not all the time. I don't go to, but one day I bumped into him, and he finished going there, and he was like, I'm just praying that my child comes back. I understand she wants to be independent, but she has a home here. Even though the mom is like, honey, she's a woman. Eventually she's going to get married. No,
she's still my little girl. Damn it.
No. I don't want to hear that word. He's like, that word's like a very offensive. It triggers him.
Of course, because how Central American fathers are. They treated that girl like a princess.
And so one of the mom is like, baby John Jay can marry her. And I'm like, I don't think, like, me and the dad know, that. And so, like, there's some, family who don't know her, like, her personal stuff. I said she's not going to get married because you're not going to approve of, like, what she is.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Oh, sorry.
Are you sure?
Are you sure that's the plan?
Anyway, I'm not gonna get controversial because this is a controversial thing. So yeah, so basically, like she has a like her life. That's why she lived with 4 women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and plus she didn't really like hanging out with dudes. So there was a lot of warning signs. But the dad's different than the mother's like she's like Roman Catholic and has a negative beliefs and like the dad's he's a little bit more open to it. He still has but he's more open to it. So that's why he has those ideas. But the point is that yeah, it's not easy to live uh in a lot of places because that's how a lot of companies are. And again, I'm not trying to get controversial, but I've always said this that
Mm-hmm.
you need to focus. If you want change, you got to focus locally on what you can control because don't expect some person to fix everything that's going on in where you live. You got to focus on what you're able to control. And I hope that we go back to a normal world before 2020, which I believe maybe I'm very optimistic, but a lot of people aren't. That we can go back. Of course, technology will continue to change our lives, but if we can go back to a more world where we're more polite to one another, I think we can finally fix all the BS that's been happening for the last decade.
I agree completely. I feel like we finally focus together and take our beliefs aside that's like separating us culturally. I feel like we would be like we change the way we be living. We be working less. We'd be spending more times with family, enjoying a lot more stuff and culture, and trying to have a more easygoing life without all this bullshit. But John Jay, it's always got to be us to change until we can make everything else change. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Besides that, they're already making. Sorry to segment off, but did you see the rivalry uniforms?
For what team?
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
They were showing the jerseys last Wednesday,
This one.
and I was like, I thought the Bills were kind of funny, and then they showed me Jacksonville. I was like, what is? Never mind. I'm not gonna go there.
It's right here. You can check it out.
I'm like,
They're biting off the Niners '90s look. Look at
like,
this, and then the pants that I think is the most unique part of the uniform. They have on it.
like
What else? I
the
think they have
'90s, the '90s,
Viking.
the '90s Jaguar uniforms were like a prime example of jerseys in the '90s because when you
Don't
look
tell
at
us YTC.
when you look at the teams that have always been consistent with their uniforms, and of course every now and then they'll make these like dumb like specialties, like especially the one last year where they say we're gonna go all black. No, and you got and all these 49er fans, but John, it's great. Listen, if you're a 49er fan, you should be a little bit like, why? We're not the Raiders, and we kind of look like San Diego State's football jerseys, but a lot of 49er fans bought them. Now, of course, I'm not going to pay $199 for number one jersey I don't want, or I could just do what my friend does. Hey, there's these websites, international websites, where they sell them for pennies on the dollar. Do you want me to get you? I said, no. If you're going to give me a jersey, give me a classic 49er one.
And probably the cheaper ones are better quality because Fanatics jerseys, John Jay, I'm about to tell you, I have lost like 19 pounds in the past couple months. And let me tell you, I feel like I can still tear away on the Jalen Brunson jersey I got for myself.
Man, I got a great story to tell you. I was watching this YouTube channel, like this guy who used to work for ESPN, and now he does like sports journalist. For most people, it's boring, but he really makes it feel fun to watch.
Okay.
And so he bought an MLB Fanatics jersey, which is like the lowest quality. Like they're making you pay.
Facts. I've been hearing those complaints a lot lately.
And then he went to eBay and bought a second used jersey, meaning that people who are selling their jerseys. And then he bought a replica, like a cheap replica at one of those like companies that work with Major League Baseball, but they outsource them for cheaper quality, but still the same thing. He bought that, and then he bought a illegal jersey from a certain website. He took it to a jersey authenticator. He said, "All right, let's look at the authentic MLB Fanatics jersey." It was a Yankees jersey because the guy was in New York, and the guy was like, "This is what they're making you pay." And then he basically brought a authentic Yankee jersey of Derek Jeter, like with the fabric, that cotton fabric. And he says that a person sold it to him, and he basically paid the guy like $100, but he's selling it for like $60. So he lost a little money, but it's authentic. It's an authentic cotton jersey, and they're making fun of the Fanatics. And then he shows the other three. He shows the MLB replica that's made overseas, but it still has the license logo. And he's like, "This is way better than the Fanatics jersey." Now it's fake, but he says this is way better than the Fanatics jersey. And then he showed a jersey that he bought from eBay, basically someone who bought it and sold it. Oh yeah, you could tell that this jersey someone paid, a while back, expensive. It's used. You have the cotton fabric, and then he showed the illegal jersey. The illegal jersey was way better than the authentic Derek Jeter one that he was selling for $60 at his store, because one thing that these people don't know, you can get the same fabric cheaper, and you can put that stuff there. Basically, there is no law that stops anyone from making illegal jerseys, because guess what? All you need, and I told this to David Corona, my friend follows the law. He buys the fabric and he stitches everything. And while it looks like the same thing, if he puts the license thing on it, he can sell it. Now he has to say it's legitimate that he got it from MLB. What he's not allowed to do is put Cooperstown. The Cooperstown thing is what MLB is forcing you to pay. So he does not put the Cooperstown, or he doesn't put any type of licensing that Major League Baseball, NBA, NFL, NHL, etc. does not allow you. So that's the rule why illegal jerseys are made, because you can make it the same way, and guess what? You can get away with it. But once you start putting everything, like all the stuff, you will get in trouble, because the law says the copyright. That's the reason why. Copyrights was never meant for YouTube. Copyrights were to protect the integrity of companies. And so that's why when people get copyrights on YouTube, a company say, "Hey, you're using our product without our permission. We're going to copyright you." Now, YouTube is not going to sue you. They're just going to say, "Oh, we're going to take away your channel."
So just visibly silencing you. And guess what, John Jay? I'm this close to getting some third party outsourcer to do my uniform collecting, because I always wanted to be a jersey collector. I mean, I used to be more of a cap guy, but as soon as I got some money, I got a couple of jerseys. I used to have a Larry Fitzgerald. This line, like 2009 Larry Fitzgerald uniform. If you remember Percy Harvin, what he was a reputable wide receiver back in the day. Pierre Garcon, Santonio Holmes. I think Cardinals were like the only like NFC West team I liked outside of the Niners. And I really wanted and this is Pierre Garcon when he was on the Redskins. And if you don't remember Santana Moss, Robert Griffin III, I was a fan of him in his Baylor days. And Colin Kaepernick. Then my most personal prized possession, my aunt gave me a birthday of a Niners cap. It came with a Niners stand on it that light up. I still have it to this day. I broke the light, but I still have it right here. I don't know if you can see it properly because of lighting, but it's
I
right
see.
here.
I see it.
I still keep this even if it doesn't work, John. And I have my own Niners jersey with my custom number that I wore since my senior year of high school, with my last name on it. That will stay there forever.
Nice.
It was number 55, and I was a nose tackle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I wish I had a single digit, but I wasn't that good.
Sheesh. I'm trying to find my high school jersey. I don't know if it's in storage or if I returned it, but I know that they let us keep, and our baseball jerseys. Well, actually, for sure, I returned the football stuff because I was never gonna play football again. And there's a school tradition in my high school. If you play all 4 years with the high school, you get to keep your jersey, and they make you like a 4-year commemorated jersey if you played in varsity. I played 4 years of baseball, and so for sure I should have my 4-year. If not, I could just go to the school and see if they can make me a new one. But yeah, a lot of us like cherish those 4-year jerseys that. And again, it's not a big deal because like there are a lot of students that got to play 4 years. Now, not everyone got a 4-year jersey, but that's the purpose, is because you basically during your high school career, and they all know this. We're not all going to the NCAA, and we're not all going to be NFL players. So for us, it's a thing to, hey, if this is the best that you're ever going to do, we want to make sure that it's memorable. And so whenever you go to homecoming events or you ever return to the school, when you have those things on, people are like, oh yeah, you played all 4 years here at our high school.
We practice. I forgot where that movie came from, where like some kids high school career went short because of his ACL injury until now. But wow, I mean that's nice. You didn't get the commemorative jersey for your time in baseball. That's a bit harsh.
No, I did get it for sure. I just don't know where it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can probably check storage or part of your
yeah. Because now it could be, at one of my relatives' house who don't live in the surrounding area. And again, some of the stuff got mixed up between me and some of my family members who live in San Diego. I ain't going to if it's over there, I'm not going over there. Now, if I ever travel, because like I want to travel, I said this. The first person I wanted to meet was David McNiner, but because David Corona is in SoCal, whenever I go to SoCal and meet David Corona, probably that trip, I will probably go to San Diego and see it. I think it's over there, but the point is that, yeah, I want to meet David Corona because he's always been good to me. He's always been respectful. He's always had my back, even though other people didn't. And then I'll go to David McNiner. Unfortunately, I can't see Corey anymore. Luckily, I was able to meet Corey before we all lost him. But Corey was a much bigger, and when I mean bigger, he was much taller in person. Because when you see everyone on the computer screen, everyone looks small. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's a shame. I would have loved to see. I think one time Corey Davis wasn't he supposed to come to New York to see the Giants play the Niners?
Oh no, YTC said he was going to go watch the Giants game, but he couldn't. Plus, also Corey could not travel to New York because he lived in the East Bay. So you have Oakland. Oakland is surrounded with the East Bay. If you go up north, there is a more tougher city called Richmond, California. Not Richmond in Virginia, but we have a Richmond in California, which is kind of hilarious. We also have a Pittsburgh, but it's called Pittsburgh Bay Point, so it's weird. Richmond used to be like the hood, like it was like oh my, it was like super ghetto, like whoa, a lot of bad stuff happened there.
So get your elbow here.
Oakland is a rough place, you know, but Oakland is not like the reputation that it is. Of course, some areas you don't want to walk into, but Oakland is big. It's like New York. Oakland is like you have Oakland, and then you have like areas. Now we don't have boroughs. We have what's known as townships. Townships out here.
I think I heard about that.
And so Grant Cohen, who I keep making fun of, like that goofball. Oh, I went to Harlem. I'm gangster. Idiot. Yeah, but John Jerry, I'm gangster now. I went to Harlem.
Okay, it's not the Bronx. Harlem hasn't been that much of a heavy set since the crack epidemic back in the day. Harlem used to be a reputable part of around. You've ever heard of Bumpy Johnson?
No.
Well, Bumpy Johnson used to be heavy iterated. He ran Harlem, and I mean ran Harlem. Was a big part of the crack epidemic. Was a big black influence around trying to make like a black New York, like trying to actually station most parts of like New York to be more predominantly black owned. And he worked with Malcolm X. Like you know around Harlem culture, you got to know like Bumpy Johnson.
Yeah. Well, Grant Cohen, he is from the East Bay. He's not from Oakland. He's from the East Bay. And so, like in New York, you have Manhattan. YTC says people have money who live. Again, I've never been to New York. But the East Bay has San Leandro. It also has a city called Pleasanton. Like all these like very nice, polished named cities.
Mm-hmm.
San Leandro is a border of Oakland, and so he grew up in San Leandro. But it's all from. Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not, because you went to a school called Bishop O'Dowd, which is a Catholic school, a rich Catholic school in the East Bay, and that's located more towards like Dublin. And I know you don't know these words, but
Dublin, the island.
I can tell you right now, Irish people do not live there, but that's what it's called. And so, well, it's called Dublin Pleasanton.
Pleasanton, okay.
Just like Pittsburgh, no, it's called
right.
Pittsburgh Bay Point. And so the point of the matter is that like if you're in Oakland, you have to go north to, of course, that's where Vallejo is and Richmond. And so if you live more northern to like the Northeast Bay, that's where all our East Coast rapper, our East Bay rappers, and of course, if you ever watched the song from E40, the rapper, he's from Vallejo. He had a rivalry. Well, it wasn't a rivalry, but Mac Dre, who passed away very sadly, was from Vallejo. A lot of people don't know. They think he was like associated with Snoop Dogg. No, he's from Vallejo. And so, and then San Francisco was a blue collar city. It's not like what it was today. Of course, it was more affluent, but it's not what it is today. So that's why if you ask someone who's 40 and older about San Francisco who used to live there, he says, San Francisco, you were not rich, you were not poor, you were in between. So you were known as rich poor. So you lived comfortably because why? San Francisco was a union town when it came to like workers, union. Every industry in San Francisco was union. And so we had like over 100-something unions of every workforce. Then guess what happened? The tech companies, we want to put Google here. No, because the union said no. All right, we'll go to Silicon Valley. All the unions are gone. Let's go gentrify San Francisco. Anyway, let me stop before I go on a rant and say some inappropriate words.
Well, John, we understand big tech companies are doing the thing over in the West Coast poorly, and economically and like geographically trying to ruin most parts of the West Coast. I've been witnessing those droughts. It's not pleasant to hear. I don't like hearing communities lose paths to their water. But
That's
yeah, it gets really rough to hear what happens with those tech companies
mhm.
trying to ruin people's community, and they pay more for AI that I feel like is just propaganding, excusing people's lives. I would, but I feel like you have to go to your county and your community and try to get that to the public. Hell, I would say torch those things down, but I'd rather not go violent. Either way, it's rough out there for anybody in their community trying to still try to keep their way of life. You know what I'm saying?
Anyway,
Oh,
my my job that like terminated me, even though they said it was more about company uh company policy. I know what they were doing, and I'm still ticked off. And next month is going to be 12 months since I worked there, and then October will be 1 year. Anyway, the point is that my my immediate supervisor was from a rich part of New Orleans. That I grew up in this neighborhood. This is my house, and he showed me. I'm like, are you sure that's New Orleans? Because when I see New Orleans, it does not look. Oh no, it's a suburb of New Orleans. That's where I'm from. And then the school, like the head of the school, said, "Oh, I'm from Seattle." Well, not from Seattle. I'm from a rural part of neighboring, but it's a very affluent area, like in the woodlands, all that. Very, but people have money to live in this wood town,
these
and so
secluded wood towns.
and so she, just like my immediate supervisor, they really connected because they would talk about, oh, this trip and that trip, and they would go to Hawaii, and then of course they would go to Vancouver, and then of course
Jesus.
they would go to like
No.
like
John Jay,
Sydney,
let me be honest. I'd be sick to death hearing these people talk.
and so her kids went to the school, and I was basically mentoring her kindergarten son. And one day she was like, "So, I have a question. My son says that you like listening to a specific type of music." Yeah, he asked me what kind of music I listen to, and I explained it in the most nicest way possible, like you told me to. And she was like, "Well, we're the adults here. My family, we don't listen to urban music, And I know what she was trying to say, and I was like, "Oh, you don't want me to play black music?" And she's like, "Oh no, I'm not that type of person. I sympathize." And then she started, "Oh,"
Sympathize.
I was like, I was like, in my brain, I was like, dude, this woman must be a little bit cuckoo. I was like, San Francisco has a reputation, but you were like 100% like steroid. And then my immediate supervisor, like, I want you to understand something, that we love everyone, we support everyone, we donate to the low privilege. I was like, low
That's
privilege.
crazy. That's crazy.
And so there was always a disconnect. And so I have a feeling that
John, it was the right. It was a call. It was a right call somewhere that you're gone from that place. I'm not gonna lie.
now the worst part of it, they had a woman who was, Latin, but she did not act like a traditional Latin woman, because she would always talk about when she would go to Mexico, her father lived in Mexico City, and they were like, and she was always like, my father was someone who worked in the government, and I would say, was he like, so no, just worked, like got a paycheck, like did government stuff, and I was like, I have a friend. She lives in Millbrae. She lives in this. I forgot what was the town, and she's like, "Oh yeah, that's where all the American Mexicans, like the non-Mexicans." I was like, "Whoa!" And again, like for those who don't know, get on kid. As I always said, is some Mexican people are a little bit stereotypical, but not all of them. And so, because I'm from the Bay Area, Mexican San Franciscans do not act like that.
Jesus
They
Christ.
hate that privilege. They're like, yeah, like the people who say that we live here in America and say that we're white, even though that we're not. The people at home hate us. Things like that. So it's kind of hilarious that people like to say only this group picks on these people. No, if you're just a dick and you grow up and you talk about how privileged you are, but then you try to say that you donate and you understand the cause. Again, I don't want to get into my personal problems, but I'm sorry. I know why you let me go. After almost a year, I'm glad it happened. But at the end of the day, it's like that was cold blooded.
Oh, because you couldn't conform to those type of high class asshats, John. I'm glad that you're in a different path right now. That you don't have to deal with those type of people every day.
And the funny thing about it.
By the way, why do the Detroit Lions uniforms look like the Carolina Panthers?
Oh, speaking of Detroit, the city popped in my screen when you said that.
Oh boy, bring him to Detroit.
Oh no, let's go. Give me a lottery ticket. Anyway,
Oh,
so here's something. I'm going to say something a little bit controversial. I'm going to be as respectful because, again, I don't want to say it. There was a coworker. He was from San Francisco, and he was his orientation was what it was, and I don't have a problem with that. He was more down, even though he lived in certain areas that were a little bit more fortunate in San Francisco, but he did not act like a dick. And so one day she said something. And she was joking around, and that coworker was like, "Excuse me, can I have a minute?" And then she came back like a ghost, like she saw a ghost. And then he was telling me she said something of my personal, what, and I did not take that kindly. Now she could not mess with him because San Francisco, of course, everyone knows the jokes. Not a good idea. Then there was a teacher. He's not from San Francisco. He was from like the East Coast. I don't know what part, but he was like more like, I want to say like Pennsylvania, Ohio, something like that. Anyway.
Oh, it was crazy. It was popping Apex.
Yeah, what's up? And so he was one of those men who were also orientation, but he was down to earth. And he was having a conversation with my coworker, and they were having a series. He was one of the teachers. And then I'm like, listen, I'm from here. You talk about where you're from. You are from, the East Coast. In San Francisco, there's a disconnect. The people who have been living here for decades, and then the people who are like that, just like them, who are coming in and are more obnoxious. And so one thing about San Francisco, like, that the people who used to move out here in the 70s, 80s, and 90s were proud to live here. They were proud to live here. Now people who come over here, oh, I'm here because my company sent me over here, because a lot of these companies from the East Coast and mostly from Florida are coming over here, and they're putting offices, and they're giving us better jobs than the local people. And so that's the problem, the disconnect that really pisses the crap out of me.
Oh no, that's happened to a bunch of local people. You see,
and so
New York, we got like rulings on that.
And so a lot of people in the last 20 years have moved out. And first they would go to Daly City, where I am. Then they would move down to South San Francisco. Yeah, we have a South San Francisco. It's like the cheapest suburb. It's like the cheapest suburb to live. It doesn't look like a suburb. It still feels like a city, but there are a lot of homes. Once that got flooded, people started to move more down. Eventually, a lot of people just said, you know what? We're moving all the way down to San Jose, because San Jose is still cheap right now. And that's why a lot of people said the Niners should have moved to San Jose, not to Santa Clara, because there was a point where the Giants, if in the 90s, if they were able to stay in the Bay Area, they would have moved to San Jose. So it would have been called the San Jose Giants.
Ew.
And then the Warriors, because Oakland was kicking them out, they're like San Jose Warriors. They'll still be called Golden State. But luckily, they were able to get a deal with the city. But there was a possibility that the A's, the Raiders, the 49ers, all the sports teams would have been centralized in San Jose.
Damn.
That's because that's where everyone's going. And I don't know if you saw my video where I did a vlog of Tom Grassi, because I met Tom Grassi. During my Tom Grassi trip, I was talking to someone who's from San Jose. He says, my dad in the 2000s, so this dude was like 20 years old, basically. So his dad in the 2000s left San Francisco, got married in San Jose. He got born. Unfortunately, he was a Rams fan.
Well, you can't fix them all.
I'm like, I said, "Why are you a Rams fan?" Oh, my dad moved from Los Angeles when the Rams were there, and then he moved to Northern California, and so he's been a Rams fan. Oh my gosh, if he still lived here, and the hatred that we have with the Rams right now, because the Rams are like, hate the Rams, he would be like kicked out, get the hell out of here, no Rams fans allowed. But back to my point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, San Jose is becoming where a lot of people are moving. People are like people who still want to live here, like Oakland, San Francisco, are going to San Jose. San Jose is the number one city. It's over 1.2 million in population, while San Francisco has stayed steadily between 700 to 800,000 people. So there's no growth, but there's no like decline.
That's why the phrase is so potent.
Yep.
But it happens in probably many other states as well. But that's still a big populace to be having. That's not stagnant, but kind of like purgatory. Well, John, I do want your opinion.
Yep.
On some of these jerseys. How do you feel about the the Detroit Lions rivalry uniforms? There'll be more on the way. I think some Crazy Juice was asking. I think it was Apex asking for his team. I think that'll be next year or around January.
All right, so the Lions jersey kind of looks similar to like their road ones, so I don't have any issue with that. Now the blue on the helmet is a little bit more like a lighter blue, but I'm not saying it's awful, but again, it kind of just looks like a generic like road jersey.
Okay. Next up is the Houston Texans. Yes, it's the Houston Texans.
I have no words. I don't know what to say.
The whiteout. It took me a while until I saw the outline. I thought this is Titans like color rush uniforms because they're kind of going back to the aesthetic of the Houston Oilers. Both technically are Houston Oilers. Even the Music City uniform. This is on some simplistic NBA 2K relocation mode types beat. I think a big example of this was the Baltimore Ravens. That's the next one that I feel like is kind of beaten up. They just go all purple with it, with the crest, I guess, kind of reminiscent of the flag. The worst one has to be the Indianapolis Colts. I think the worst one is the Indianapolis Colts. And people trying to give the Jaguars and the Bears some flack. I hate these uniforms. The gray just did not mix well with the still white and like blue. It looks terrible.
I thought that was the Detroit Lions one, but that's not. And yeah, it has a gray tone. I thought it was all black, but it does have a gray tone.
Next up is how you feel about? I think the Green Bay Packers one. People try to say it's mid. I think it's a really decent, simplistic jersey.
So this one is the opposite of the Lions. It has a more feel of the home jersey. Now I don't know what that logo is. If that's supposed to be Green Bay, that logo looks so bad, and the helmets
I think
are
that's supposed to be Green Bay. I think that's supposed to be Green
so
Bay.
basically like just like I am okay with the jersey, the helmets of the Lions. This is the opposite. I like the helmet. It's not that bad, but because of the logo that's stitched on there, it looks like it looks a little bit like Baylor.
Yeah. When Baylor's trying to go for the more old school aesthetic with their uniforms around like this 2700 Nike makes for them. That's kind of what it looks like. What about the Chicago Bears? You like the big? I think that's reminiscent of before the Lombardi Trophy era.
Like the Bears have had many uniforms. I remember they had a jersey that was like it had like a spot, just a spot.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
I thought those were bad, but looking at this one, I don't like it.
Oh
It looks like the University of Illinois. Like again, are they trying to copy colleges?
yeah, I think they're trying to copy college just because of the way. Hell, look at Seattle. I think Seattle Seahawks had a rivalry uniform opened up, and it looks just like Oregon.
Yeah.
Like like Mariota led Oregon Ducks teams before the Michael Penix memes, like when Mariota was actually a reputable future quarterback. And then you have the Houston Oilers. I mean the Tennessee Titans looking absolutely poor. I wouldn't even be reminiscent that this is Tennessee if it wasn't for the Music City logo that they Music City template they put on top of the number one. I guess that's Cam Ward. So this uniform just got 5 times worse.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jacksonville Jaguars, man. I think the Jaguar print is saving this off the pants design.
Yeah.
And either they're mostly these either being rip-offs, fanatics being lazy, or them being stealing the Niners design templates again with the number design like you saw with the Packers and Jaguars.
So I just noted what's time. It's almost 9 o'clock. I gotta start cooking my dinner. And so it was great to be on, buddy. I don't know how long you're gonna keep going, but it was a great conversation. But I actually
Hey
gotta
John,
go
I
now.
got free vacation. I got paid vacation, man. I'm gonna be on as long
Nice.
as I want.
Cool. Anyway, I'll
All right,
catch
man.
you
Wednesday for the stream. Thank you, John Jay, for being in. Give him a round of applause. Welcome him back to content creating. It'd be great to see him for future streams and for him to do his own content, trying to transition into himself. I know it's been a rough couple moments for him, but I'm glad to see he's back on the path of content. It's always a pleasure having John Jay with us. Right now, I'm watching the Red Sox. The Diamondbacks get absolutely thrashed. It's like 4-0 into the bottom of the eighth. We're near close to the end of this game between the Diamondbacks and the Cubs. Cubs been playing good baseball. Carroll's up on the plate. Yeah, God, he's a left-sided hitter. Jesus Christ. Palencia. Pair of 1 out with 2 men on base. Carroll gets swing and a miss. Gonna push that 1 for 2. I am here to say, and I'm here to say. Oh, Apex, can you get further context on this chat with the Crazy Juice? Naruto fans are going down bad right now. What's the Naruto fans complaining about? I know Nike had some One Piece sneakers that are going to come out soon. LSU from 2021 to 2023. Abercrombie, he played for the Giants 2024. IHOP, Abercrombie and Fitch, and then back to the Giants. Don't you dare say that's Odell Beckham. That's so wrong. Spencer James, Malik Neighbors is crazy. That he's literally played like first 2 seasons of the NFL here. The disrespect, I would say Odell Beckham, but that's brutal. Yeah, the 2027 rivalry teams will be the Cowboys, Eagles, Commanders, Giants, Broncos, Chargers, Raiders, Chiefs next season. Oh, by the way, the footage, I apologize. I don't mean to be discriminate, but what they did for the poses, they did for the Chicago Bear rivalry uniforms were completely zesty and concerning. After winning 4 titles and creating countless must-see moments while playing for the Cavaliers, Heat, and Lakers, NBA's all-time leading scorer in points and games played while began to write a new chapter in his unprecedented career. While the Jets cut Cade York, he's been a long-time kicker. Cade York's been cut, and the New York Giants finally make a trade for offensive line guard Joshua Izuda to the Chiefs. Kyle Shanahan says Jay York's arrest has no effect on us. His words, not mine. His words, not mine. Who brings that up in the middle of the locker room when it comes to what's going on in off-season talks? So if you have the information about Jed York, what is his inappropriate scandals? That is not going to affect us having an injury-riddled season. That's already for sure. That's our least concerning thing. Heading into next season. Oh, off the base hit, and here in the bottom of the fourth. Bases loaded for the Diamondbacks. And finally, 2 hits, just need a 3-run home run, and this will tie up the game heading into the 9th. Was he suspecting to hit that out of the side? Or that was a centered bunt, and that was a fair ball hitting over just off the first base plate, gang. That's insane. I don't want to say he lucked out, but that worked to their favor. Perdomo, 9 homers with 44 RBIs. Geraldo, he came from a walk and a single. And a base hit here, if he's at least going to hit it outfield, it's got to be a big one to be a scoring opportunity for the Diamondbacks to battle back until they head over to the 9th. Ooh, strike. 1-for-1. Mike Evans is not practicing Tuesday due to groin injury. He was with Jed York. Mike, I'm joking. I am so joking. That's so messed up. I apologize. Played for the Atlanta Falcons from 2014 to 2019. Played for the Giants in 2020. Then in 2021 played for the Baltimore Ravens. Who is he? Don't be cute, guys. Oh. Who remembered Devontae Freeman? He can't block, but he's running all over your field. Alec Pierce returns to practice this week. Oh, yeah. Wasn't he out for a bit? Yeah, that Miami Heat Klay Thompson picture is more surreal than his time in Dallas, but at least we had championship aspirations. Oh, it was a score! The Diamondbacks have closed the deficit against the Cubs by 3 runs. I was not suspecting this. It is now 3-4 with 1 out going 2 for 2 in the bottom of the 8th. The Diamondbacks have a possibility to win this game. Dolphins rookie Trey Moore undergoes ankle surgery. Tough luck for Dolphins fans. Name an athlete with 4-bar hype, but it was 0 talent. Somebody's going to say Shador in the comment section. Shaduki Sanders is crazy. Mac Jones, that's a bit of a stretch. Zion Williamson's a massive stretch. That's a massive reach. Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. Yikes. Ennis Canter. Caleb Williams. That's harsh. Caleb Williams. All right. We're done. Jordan Love. I don't think he's had the equivalent. I feel like they overuse underrated for Jordan Love, but I think he's an exceptional starting quarterback. Steelers in the last 3 seasons. Best answer. Best answer so far. Niners veteran wide receiver Mike Evans is being held out for practice with a groin injury, which is the 5th injury since he started training camp. Groin injury, quad injury, ankle injury, foot injury. Nigga, just retire. Or stop playing practice in the electric field. How in the hell is Mike Evans already dishing out injuries and he hasn't even put on full pads? That is insane. And that's going to be called for an overturn, 0 for 2 off a out. But when the second base to load. And Kelper bounce off the first. We're heading into the 9th. Retired. What an inning. After Gabriel Merrill. Oh, God. Gabriel Merrill off the side of his face, hits over that base, hit then over in center field, and finally scored. Winnable game for Geraldo after his single, his RBI double to push us now 3-4. Percentage for the Diamondbacks to pick up this upset is very pivotal. Still got NFL preseason in 2 days, around the 27th and 29th. 28th. But we also get college football back. Finally. Dun, 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 dun. They got rid of that theme song, didn't they? That's a shame. You see Virginia, Lenore Ryan Bears, and Montreal versus Winnipeg. Rhode Island versus Merrick. Villanova still has a football program. What are they? Are they an FBS school now? That's brutal. What's happening Saturday? Butler College? Dayton? Are they giving me FBS schools before we see the real schools play? That's brutal. Okay, TCU matches up against real college football. Thank God. I apologize. Memphis versus UNLV, Hawaii versus Stanford, Florida State versus New Mexico State, Sacramento State. That's a bit of a new team in the club. I feel like the biggest thing that happened to Sacramento State was like their basketball program because Mikey Williams was there. That guy's laid an egg professionally. He was supposed to be the next face of basketball. Jacksonville State versus North Dakota State Bison, NC State versus Virginia, San Jose State versus USC. That's a big Cali clash. But I think everybody's just going to see TCU because Belichick has to see if he can actually get a 10-win program with UNC. Just reclassify, Tom. Bill, I played all 4 years of college football. Yeah, but you were a chud piece of shit. Now you're a Hall of Fame quarterback. Yeah, that can barely run. I ain't trying to kill myself just to relive the glory days of playing for a predominantly basketball school. What are you trying to say? I'm playing for an unk isn't playing for unk. Oh, okay. But I just got my girlfriend. I mean the cheerleader. I mean the. God damn it. All right, now they're showing Pirates Padres in the top of the ninth in a home run for O'Neal Cruz off a solo homer at the top of the ninth with one out remaining. Top of the ninth right now, Ramirez without a fight scene coming in 1-1, a 1-0 to start. With the pitching staff needing to clutch up a chance to win here in this game. Move to the music. Yeah, the fucking music. Move into the music. Top 5 quarterbacks I enjoyed hitting the most by, of course, Ndamukong Suh. Andrew Luck in his college years. Phillip Rivers. Ultimate shit talker. He enjoyed playing against. Number 3, Matt Ryan. Ah! Get fucking set! Tom Brady went on the Miami. Tom Brady was talking shit to him, too. And number 1, Aaron Rodgers. Yep, especially in his time on Tampa Bay. Big Ten reportedly will bar any NFL. Damn, another big conference are trying to be like, this ain't basketball, buddy. You are not coming in. First, the SEC trying to bar out any NFL athletes to joining the school program after what happened with Daquan. And now Big Ten. Yeah, I'll probably cook that the ACC is not even interested. Pac-12. You probably have a chance. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, which offense is this? Ohio State left tackle. Oregon State Beavers. Arkansas line center. Illinois right guard. A UMass right tackle. Ohio State wide receiver. Colorado State tight end. Notre Dame halfback. Isn't this the Cardinals? Isn't this a dead giveaway? I'm probably right here. Yeah, this is the Cardinals. Yeah, the dead giveaway was a running back for the yeah, it's the Cardinals. Oh no, Conforto's coming in. There's one man on base, still no score for Martinez. Conforto's been 1 for 3. Sinker ball only goes 1 for 1. Oh, and the Pirates win 1-0, trying to keep that man staying on base to not run off the field. Yeah, people could tell. Like the dead giveaway was Ohio State wide receiver, Stanford wide receiver, and you had a Notre Dame halfback. There's barely any Notre Dame halfbacks in the NFL. And one just got drafted. Oh, hell no. I think we know what type of music we got to play for this. You hold my mind. You light my fire. I feel alive. No, I'm feeling. You close my mind. You close my I'm satisfied. Outstanding. Dun, 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 dun. No, you crack me up. I cheated on Meg the Stallion. Dun, 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 dun. I know I cracked her up before I ran away. I apologize. That's messed up. Most hated college football team. Yeah, LSU's on that list. Fuck you, Lincoln Riley. Notre Dame, Ohio State, Texas. All because of the overhype of Arch Manning. Oh my god. Now we gotta chill out. It'll give you season tickets for 2 hours. Make it 1. Which college team has the best producing NFL stars? Ohio State, Alabama, or LSU? Honestly, recency aside, I'd give it to Alabama. Especially in the running back department. Patrick Mahomes plans to go out there by himself week 1. Dude, after that multi-month injury off your ACL, I'm sure Andy Reid's just trying to hold the clipboard to hide behind. I mean, he's really trying to rest you. Even though, wait, you got me a backup quarterback? Yeah, we need to get you a backup quarterback, Patrick. We didn't expect you to come back so soon. Plus, it'd be better off for your joints if you just rest for a tiny bit so we know you're fully recovered. All right, who's backing me up? Justin Fields. Yeah, I'm coming back. What? I'm coming back. But I'm coming back. Was that Kermit? No, that was me. Oh god. Even though Justin Fields is probably itching, he knew the circumstances of a born winner like Patrick Mahomes trying to sit out, especially in a crucial moment of the year where you want to make a difference, especially in the early parts of the season. Patrick Mahomes not the type of guy to sit still, and I respect that. Nolan Arando, Diamondbacks' final moments. Oh, swing and a miss. Oh, that kind of not as a ball. Herb Jones let Draymond Green know the big crash shot he was going to get benched. Hey, yo, I'm so glad I didn't get to make you guys see that. They got Caleb Williams doing the splits. And Joey Porter Jr. will soon become the league's highest paid cornerback. Just rumors, just rumors. That Fable game will be coming soon. Still one out. Tawa coming in. Over for Webb. Slider ball and goes 1-0. Who are you choosing? Oh, another one. No cheating allowed. Alabama defensive end D tackle from NC State. Well, for Louisiana defender, defensive end, Wyoming middle linebacker. Oregon D back. This isn't Philadelphia. They have somebody from Minnesota. Oh God. Yeah, this is New England. Three for two. Still with one out. Big opportunities here for Tawa in this battle. And that'll be a base hit. Ooh, off the third baseman. Hope is drawing thin. Really reliant on a home run to go to extra innings. Freaking nail biter here for Arizona. Oh, and then they'll be taking base. Arizona still has a chance. Mariners beat the Phillies 4-1. Yo, what's going on with the Phillies? Damn, they're making the Klay Thompson, Kevin Garnett on the Nets comparison. Glenn Kubiak addresses Aston Genty is in the mend. Commanders quarterback giving practice has gone viral. You noticed the video? Jed Jork with his Niners memorabilia in this jail room. For paying for some pub, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that's that bad of a deal. I'm not going to lie. Adidas with the first podcast to do a sneaker deal. Shout out to the 520 podcast. Kudos to Jeff Teague. That was the entertaining part of the month. Was him and that Julian Newman back and forth over his sister doing OnlyFans. That shit was hilarious. Embarrassing, but also hilarious. But kudos to the 520 podcast. I'm also a big fan of James Harden's sneakers, so it's cool to see entertainers also get athletic wear. Even though like Jeff Teague played in the NBA for a while, so I'm sure he keeps some of the sneakers that he had from his time in the league. Shit, that saves money. You get a bunch of free sneakers. I'm keeping them, every pair. Especially if you have a 10-year career and you had a pair of Jordans, a pair of Adidas, and a pair of Nikes. Hell, some Pumas too. Especially with the back to school deals that people probably saved up on. I'm not gonna lie, take advantage. I got a pair of Harden for like $80. Ooh, heavy on the slider. 2 outs, 1 man on base right now, and that home run will probably close out the game for the Cubs to get an upset. Ooh, safe. Fernandez is safe, ladies and gentlemen. He'll take second. Stolen base on the out, taken up in the midfield, and the umpire will ensure undergoing review now to see if that was an out. And this time it's a manager challenge. Best Saint teams that never won a Super Bowl: 2011, 2018, 2006, 92, 2019 is a heartbreaking one. Especially when the officiating was involved in that Rams game, the Minnesota Miracle, and the 2011 team that I feel like was better than the 2010 team that they won with. Just saying. I think that was that time they lost to the Eagles when Nick Foles was the quarterback. That was 2013. Damn, they burning Deshaun Watson jerseys. Misplaced anger, but I get it. $404 rebounds, 54 rebounds. Greatest shooters of all time. What? Ryan Waldschmidt has just saved the Diamondbacks with a 2-run homer. We're 408 feet. And the Diamondbacks just clutched up the victory. What in the hell? That caught me off guard. Ryan Waldschmidt. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, folks. F- 5-4, and the Cubs finally lose. A heartbreaker. It's raining up here. Diamondbacks win it 5-4 in a 2-run homer victory. Unbelievable upset. Let's go, Chad. That was the way that we closed out the night. The Yankees lost, but a great comeback after a slow start for the Diamondbacks after they were 2 runs down for the last 4 innings. Outstanding work. We're going to close off here. We'll be ready for I'm going to hang out over with John Jay over in Kenny's stream, and then I'm going to see Dynamite. We'll probably watch a stream on that. Then I'll probably take a break around Thursday and get ready for All In on Sunday. Or watch a bit of Collision, and we can probably commentate on what's going on in the preseason. that's it for me over in the DST show. Enjoy the rest of your night. Hopefully work is not doing that much for you. And I'll see if I can upload another video what's going on currently with Deshaun Watson and Shador Sanders. Have a great night. I'm going to take my Tylenol.